It's the day we've all been waiting for. Day 25 of this extraordinary historic trial, and finally closing arguments in the chicken rescue trial of Zoe Rosenberg are set to begin any minute now. This is history in the making, and everybody who is here is part of it. This woman, 23 years old, went in and rescued 4 chickens from a slaughterhouse, and she could do, as a result of this action that you are looking at right now, she could do half a decade behind bars. And today is the day that everybody has been waiting for after so many months. This happened in June of 2023. And this trial is now in its 7th week over 4 chickens whose value is, even if they were healthy, which the defense says they were not, $20-some. How many millions have gone into prosecuting this woman? We may never know. But the clock is ticking. And right now, any second, closing arguments are going to begin. We have a team of experts. We're going to go straight out to Madhu Anderson, who is outside court. She is ready to bring us the very latest. Madhu, what's happening?
So, Jane, the court started today at 11 o'clock, and 11 to 12, the judge had given us given the jury instructions. It took like an hour, almost 55 minutes for the judge to give the instructions to the jury. And now we have the closing arguments, which is starting at 1:15. And you're very right. We have been waiting for this day. This defense supporters of Joey, they are lining up right now behind me and the court, going towards the courthouse. They have been waiting here for so many months, as you said, and it's definitely a very big day. So we are waiting. So the prosecution and the defense attorneys are going to present their arguments, their closing statements for an hour each. So we are starting at 1:15 today. So by 3:15, they will be done with closing statements from both the parties, and then the jury will go in and start discussing the evidence and the arguments which were presented during the trial, and then they'll start deliberating. So,
wow. So we've got 1:15. Closing arguments start, and correct me if I'm wrong, Justine, it's the prosecution first, then the defense, and then doesn't the prosecution get to come back and say something at the very end? And we're going to come to you right now. Yes, it's prosecution first, then the defense, and then does the prosecution get to come back and have a final word?
I'm not sure. I know that they both get a chance at closing arguments. I don't think that the prosecution comes back. I think that that's more in terms of the timing for testimony is the opportunity to rebut. Right. But the closing arguments are a whole nother phase. So it's good this is moving along now.
It really is. So they've already gotten their jury instructions. 1:15, we have it starting. So that's like literally in 10 minutes, 1 hour for the prosecution, 1 hour for the defense. So by 3:15, the jury should get their case, and they could come back today. So guess what, people? Everybody who's been following this trial for so long, we are staying live till the end of court today. We are live till the end of court today because this is a monumental day. And I'll just tell you a little behind the scenes. If we were to go off the air and then all of a sudden a verdict's coming in, well, how easy would it be for me to get all of these people who are, it's like herding cats. Is that speciesist to say? Very hard to get them together. Then it would be very hard to get them back in. So we decided, let's just stay on. Let's stay on today. As the jury deliberates, we will be here on Verdict Watch. I know you have to go in any second, Madhu, so I just want to get a sense of the feelings, the energy. What is it like there? Did you see Zoe go in? What did she look like? Did she look nervous? Did she look confident?
Yes, I did see Zoe coming in, and I saw Zoe walked out of the courthouse like when during the lunchtime, and she did look very confident to me. I can sense a little bit nervousness in her, but she's definitely a very confident person. She knows what she's doing.
And how many people are there to support her from Direct Action Everywhere going into the courthouse with you right now? I mean, just take a guess.
It's definitely 30, maybe 40 people, but more people are walking in as they're learning, because initially the court was supposed to start at 1:30, but it's starting at 1:15 now. So people are running a little bit late behind, but they are lining up and they are getting into the courthouse now.
And you are going to go in there and take notes. And then the second that the jury gets the verdict, you will run out and tell us, right?
Definitely, Jane. I will let you know as soon as I come out of the courthouse after the closing arguments, and I will keep you updated every second after that.
All right, and bring some of your friends. We want to hear from some other people, maybe Cassie King. Very exciting day, and frankly, and I want to thank Madhu. She's really doing a great job, and she's never done this before. And I'd say, well done, Madhu. Next stop is what? CNN. Anyway, head into court.
Thank you, Jane. Okay.
Thank you so much. We'll see you at about 3:15, 3:30. Very exciting. So, wow. This is really, really an exciting day. I want to play what Zoe Rosenberg had to say, and then we're going to go over the charges. Thank God we have our attorney, Justine, here, and she was the one who made a point. Put up the charges, Jane. So I'm going to flash those up really quick. Yeah, it's a lot, but we're going to break it down. First, we're going to hear what Zoe Rosenberg had to say about this monumental day yesterday. So this is what she said yesterday, because there were some very critical things that happened yesterday right before both sides rested.
Prosecution is forcing my friend Paul to show up in court because they want them to testify against me. Last week, Paul tried to refuse to testify by pleading the fifth, and the prosecutors offered them immunity to make them testify anyway. So today we're having a hearing outside of the jury, and we'll see what happens. The judge just ruled that Paul will not be forced to testify against me. The prosecutors are very, very upset. There were originally 4 people who they were trying to force to testify against me, and they failed on every single one of them. So it's looking like none of my friends will be testifying on the prosecution's behalf. The prosecution rested, and so did the defense, which means we are officially done with evidence in this case, and we will present closing arguments, and then they will begin their deliberations.
Woo! I want to go to Justine. So a conspiracy requires more than one person. That is the big charge, the conspiracy. The others, and I'll put up the charges here, the others are trespass. That's no big whoop. If she just got convicted of trespass, I mean, listen, her supporters hope she's not convicted of anything. But the one that really counts, the one that would do the most hard time, as they say, is the felony conspiracy. Now, you see that there were 4 friends of Zoe that they tried to get to testify against her, and it didn't work. And apparently, according to the Purdue Rescue Trial notes, the prosecutor was very mad and actually held his head, and the judge even commented, like, I made my ruling, essentially saying, calm down. Why is this so important? And then we'll go to our panel.
Well, the felony conspiracy is a very serious charge that carries the most jail time. It's important for the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Zoe conspired with one or more people to commit the crime of trespass. So I understand that there was a discussion on the jury instructions. Unfortunately, we don't have the jury instructions up to share yet, and it's a little challenging gathering information from the X feed, but I thought that one of the discussions from the attorneys regarding the jury instructions was to specify certain named co-conspirators. So we'll have to see in those jury instructions. It doesn't really matter. The point is that she is charged with conspiring with others to commit the crime, in this case, trespass. There are 2 trespass charges as well.
We'll get into that. But as far as the conspiracy, here's another. Let's get a round robin. Then I have another clip because it would seem that some of those 4 friends might have been alleged co-conspirators, because the co-conspirators have not been named. Is that last quick question, Justine, right?
Well, at the beginning of the trial, they weren't named. When the charges were read, it said that the identity is unknown as far as the co-conspirators, but based on the X feed, there was discussion about the jury instructions. The prosecution asked for certain named conspirators, Raven, Carla, Picklesheimer, and Rocky. So those were the names I heard in the jury instructions. So we have to see if they're actually named in the jury instructions, but I don't think it makes that much difference.
Well, but we're talking about the 4 friends that the prosecution wanted to get to testify against Zoe, and that they did not succeed on any counts. Paige, you seem to be excited about commenting.
Well, I'm excited about this day because we're really on the edge of our seats about what's going to happen here. I mean, this is a precedent-setting, motion that's going to be all of it. It's just sitting on the edge here of the future of individuals having the truth be allowed for them to see what is really going on, because it's been hidden so much that many people don't realize that what they're purchasing is not what's going on. So to me, this is precedent setting. Back to you, Jane.
I agree with you 100%. This is a precedent-setting case. We've reached the conclusion. For those who don't know, we've been live for 25 days now. And I've said this before, but I've changed plane trips. I've canceled doctor's appointments. My dogs are filing a class action suit against me. No, I still managed to walk my dogs, even this morning, a long way. But I mean, obviously we've disrupted our lives, but it's nothing compared to what Zoe Rosenberg herself faces, 5 years behind bars. And you see that there was this 11th hour attempt to bring in what seems likely to be the 4 alleged co-conspirators to testify against her. And it didn't happen. Now, Raven, let me play how Zoe characterized Raven's testimony, because Raven basically, and Justine, feel free to jump in and correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not an attorney, although sometimes people think I am because I was a crime reporter for so many years. But I believe that, Raven, when she took the stand, because she had gone into the slaughterhouse to do undercover video, she basically said, no, don't look at Zoe. She's not the conspirator. I did it. Look at me. And because she's already made a plea deal, they can't come after her. So let's listen to that.
She told the jurors that she is testifying because she wants to share the truth about what really happened. She started to walk the jurors through her investigation, and we showed the jury footage of the slaughter line of birds flailing, and we showed them the photos of the bright cherry red birds who we believe had been scalded alive. She talked about how she personally rescued 2 birds on the morning of June 13th, and then she started to be cross-examined by the prosecutor, and then I will likely begin my testimony.
Of course, that was what she said a while ago. She's already done her testimony. Right now, the jury is getting seated at this very moment to hear closing arguments. They're going to get the case in about 2 hours. We're going to hear all about closing arguments at that point. Ellen Dent, it seems like, the conspiracy, I don't know. It might be a little wobbly at this moment.
Yeah, I'd be holding my head too if I was the prosecutor for this. It sounds like their case is pretty much fallen apart. I hope that the jury sees this as well. Raven has, said that she's the one who did this, and, that Zoe was not a co-conspirator. So hopefully they, can follow that, I guess, admonition, that confession of sorts, and realize, that she did not, conspire to commit a crime. She did not at any point think that she was committing a crime. She thought she was doing what was necessary to do to help these other animals that were on this truck and suffering, that she did look at each one as she took them off and assessed that they needed to be rescued. So I think that, they're desperate at this point I'm sitting on the edge of my chair already, pins and needles, just hoping for the best for Zoe. I know that she's facing up to 5 years and possibly without the medical care and devices that she needs, and that the jury wasn't allowed to even know what her condition is and why she has a feeding tube coming out of her nose. Like, she has gastroparesis, which is, partial paralyzation of her stomach, so she can't process food. And she also has type 1 diabetes, which probably caused that gastroparesis, and she needs to have medical care that she may not get if she is found guilty. So I'm really hoping for a not guilty charge. I hope that they are not able to make an example of this young brave woman.
Well, you mentioned something very, very interesting. Here's, again, anything we play of Zoe is going to be dated because it's from the past, but the basic concept still applies.
I'm just setting up my tube feeds for the day. I'm expecting that the prosecution will pretty much spend the entire court session continuing to cross me. I think they'll keep me on the stand pretty much as long as they can. I'm just gonna get this set up in my backpack and then head to the pharmacy to pick up a prescription that hopefully is ready. I'm having a bad gastroparesis and autonomic neuropathy flare up, in part because of a high blood sugar, but also in part because I was having a really hard time getting a hold of a medication that I'm on, and I was off of it for almost a week, and I only just got it again this evening.
Now, she's had this illness her whole life, so this is nothing she developed, from poor eating habits or anything. This is something, she just unfortunately had this. Lindsay Baker, you've been following this case from the beginning. It's pretty interesting that the jury never even got to learn why she has a tube in her nose.
Yeah, I think that's very telling of how far the prosecutor will go to hide as much what he considers evidence or positive information about Zoe. I feel that the full picture is being, thwarted on every single angle in every single way. And she may look calm. Everyone's, saying, and I agree that she does look calm. But this sort of thing, stress is I'm not a doctor and I'm not making a diagnosis, but stress is a big factor in illnesses. I think everyone, agrees with that. So this must be incredibly hard for her, and thinking of going to prison and getting her medication, or she won't get it. It's just so much for one person to have to bear in a case like this, where it's a culture war of transparency versus, animal agriculture and what they can hide.
And here's a comment from Steve Rock and Roll Wood. If the jury is offered to be served chicken for lunch, then it should be considered biasing the jury. Now, let me just say this. It's a joke, but, there's a grain of truth in every joke. And ultimately, these jurors, 7 men and 5 women, are going to be bringing their life history into this case. And also, this flyer, Stand With Sonoma County's Poultry Workers, was sent to thousands of people in the county before jury selection began. This is a heavily agricultural district. Michael Fujimori, you've been a juror many times. Is it possible to leave their biases out? Or is everything in their life history, since this is a culture war between animals as products and animals as sentient beings, is the culture war going to erupt inside the jury room?
Yeah, I would say that human nature, biases will be there. But as far as when we are deliberating the guilt or innocence of in a case like this, we put all that aside, and the judge always instructs us to just go with the evidence, not what we have thought, not other factors like how we were raised or what was we learned when we were in school, whatever. It has to be just the evidence in the particular case. So I have a good feeling that the prosecution is going to have a hard time proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. There's plenty of doubt in the prosecution's case, and as far as your question about biases, I don't believe that I'll be. I've sat on there all people from all kinds of walks of life, different walks of life, and we've all put that aside to make the right decision.
All right, Paige, you wanted to say something. I'll unmute you, or you can unmute. Go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you. It's so essential that everyone realizes that we are not the enemy. Anyone who's out there wanting to show the truth. And so I just keep nodding my head because I was in the sand. I didn't know. So whether I was in the sand or not, just so much of this information is not given to the public. And so therefore, this is so essential. I mean, this is a 23-year-old person who just graduated from a major university, Berkeley University in California, who worked her buns off to graduate. It's not easy. And who felt the importance of getting this information out. And to me, information is power. And to be put on the stand to potentially have 5 years of her life taken away for exposing the truth and doing the right things that she thought was right beforehand, and then feeling this drive to make an impact with these animals to bring more truth is, to me, when did compassion become a crime? Back to you, Jane.
All right. And, this culture war has spilled out into the streets. Just this, I don't know, 2 days ago or yesterday. No, it was just in the last couple of days. There have been major demonstrations at Trader Joe's, which allegedly purportedly carries the chickens that are slaughtered at this slaughterhouse.
My life is important to me.
My life is important to me.
As a chicken.
As a chicken.
It's time to listen to my scream.
It's time to listen to my scream.
I deserve to be understood.
I deserve to be understood.
Simply because I exist.
Simply because I exist.
Simply because I suffer.
Simply because I suffer.
This is my world too.
This is my world too.
We are all connected.
We are all connected.
Today I'm breaking the status quo.
Today I'm changing the status quo. Chickens have the right.
Be exploited by humans.
Do not be exploited by humans.
Do not be property of humans.
Do not be property of humans.
Chickens have the right
Chickens have the right
to be rescued from these situations.
to be rescued from these situations.
To a protected habitat.
To a protected habitat.
Chickens have the right to be free.
Chickens have the right to be free.
Free to be the animals they are born to be.
Free to be the animals they are born to be.
So the battle is, are chickens individuals or are they just products? The police officer who testified in this trial said he wouldn't interact. He didn't investigate allegations. He wouldn't interact with the products because of contamination risk. And by the way, those are the photos of the 4 chickens after their rescue and rehabilitation. They are named Poppy, Ivy, Aster, and Azalea. They are thriving at an undisclosed location. I have to point out that Trader Joe's has filed suit against Direct Action Everywhere, accusing them of trespassing and disrupting business by chanting and even removing chicken products from carts. And they are targeting products from Petaluma Poultry. We also need to say that we invite Petaluma Poultry on anytime. They have vigorously denied the allegations of animal cruelty and said that Direct Action Everywhere is an extremist group with the ultimate goal of ending animal agriculture, which Direct Action Everywhere says we're not an extreme group. We do want to end animal agriculture because we think animal agriculture is extreme in the killing of 75, 80 plus billion animals every year globally. So we invite Purdue and Petaluma farms its subsidiary on any time, and must also say that Purdue says right here on its website, no cages or crates. DXC responds to that by saying, well, what did Zoe take the chickens out of when she rescued them? A crate. So these are some of the very, very wildly differing accounts of the same thing, which is one reason why Unchained TV is calling for live cameras in all slaughterhouses and factory farms in California. And a California assemblyman from San Jose has said, yes, we need more transparency, and he's willing to look into the possibility of possibly proposing a bill that would require live public cameras sent to online to for anybody to watch, because there's two wildly different accounts of what's going on here. So getting back to the charges, again, if you're just joining us, this is the big day. Day 25, closing arguments are underway in the chicken rescue trial. Jury deliberations are likely to start at 3:15 today. We are staying live for the duration, but I want to go to the charges. Now, take a look at this. We have this conspiracy charge, which is the main charge, and then we have the 3 misdemeanors. And let me tell you, this is so complicated that I couldn't even fit it into what would be a normal, Canva, a Canva photo. And so we're going to have to, I don't know, look at me. This is what I use to look at the charges, because there's so much detail. But you've studied these charges. Before we go to that, I do want to go to Annie Abram for the Captain Paul Watson Foundation. Will you weigh in on the culture war?
Yes, this is an interesting, as you said, this is going to make a history, unprecedented. Animal agriculture had been based on secretiveness, as we know, if people would see what happens, they would be in shock, if not disgusted, if not overwhelmed, frustrated, and want to go and save these animals from the horrors that happen. This is the basis of what they do. The psychological aspect of it and the hidden aspect of it is what they are driven on, animal agriculture. And for the first time, this is being exposed. And of course, they limited the true exposure of all the real facts, including this beautiful young lady who's just such a compassionate, incredible person. She puts her illness aside. She puts everything. She's a smart girl, educated, compassionate individual, but she puts the unselfishly puts the animals ahead of herself. And this is a very noble act that we admire in people. We admire firemen when they go and save one animal, one cat. She is going after these animals that are injured. This is also, let's not forget, these animals were going to be dying on their backs. She went and rescued them, and usually they end up in the trash can. We've seen time and time again, this is what investigations show.
All right.
They
Thank you.
appealed.
Thank you, Annie. Very good
Thank you.
summary of the culture war. Now, this is the footage that Zoe Rosenberg says proves that there was criminal animal cruelty going on in the facilities that supply the slaughterhouse. And then she said that there was also cruelty, excessive cruelty in the slaughterhouse process. She says some of the birds here are flapping their wings because they're not properly stunned on the kill line. And she also made perhaps the most controversial claim of all, that some of these birds are scalded alive. And what I want to do is play what she said just yesterday at the end of this trial to summarize the most controversial allegation that she has made in this case. And there is Zoe Rosenberg doing a rescue. And her most controversial allegation is that sometimes, according to Direct Action Everywhere, they allege, which the company denies, that birds are scalded alive at the slaughterhouse.
The prosecution is about to call their first and possibly only rebuttal witness, with the aim of making the jury question whether or not chickens are really scalded alive at Purdue's Petaluma Poultry slaughterhouse. Manager at the slaughterhouse, she testified to Petaluma Poultry's use of red denaturant, which is a dye to mark certain chicken bodies as unfit for human consumption. The purpose of her testimony was because the prosecutors want the jury to believe that the chickens in the condemnation pile are bright red because of dye, not because they were scalded alive. We have evidence that raises doubts as to whether they really are consistently using this red dye, and we also have many other reasons to believe that chickens are being scalded alive there.
Again, Purdue vigorously denies this. We invite them on anytime, and you can go to this website that you're looking at on your screen to see more of their side of the story. So this is a highly explosive allegation, which I think is one reason why the prosecution came back to it at the very end in their rebuttal case, Justine, to try to put that possibility out of the jurors' minds as they consider these charges. Do you see the significance in that?
Absolutely. I'm happy to address it because the prosecution did spend quite a significant time going back and forth about the offal pile, which is the discarded chickens where there's dye on the chickens, and they're inferring that since the dye is red that it looked like they were scalded alive because Zoe and other witnesses had said that in their testimony that they believed that the redness of the skin indicated the chickens in that pile had been scalded alive. And the pile, to be clear from the testimony given, is that the chickens that are not, they're dyed because they're not meant for food consumption. It came up that they would be used for dog food. So that there was so much detail going back and forth, to the extent that, as you mentioned, Jane, the Purdue's witness was brought back in rebuttal at the end of the defense's case to talk further about why they used the red dye, because the defense had brought up that red dye isn't even allowed. But at the end of the day, it's about Zoe's good faith belief. It is about whether she believed the chickens were scalded alive. So that is her defense, is to counter the intent of these charges against her, is that what she believed is her reasons for going in as far as the trespass charge were not to injure property rights, but to rescue the chickens, which she believed were suffering from animal cruelty and had been scalded alive.
All right. Well, let's get a little round robin on that. Your thoughts, Lindsay Baker?
I'm just listening to all of this, and the idea that have to come back for a rebuttal. Obviously, this is one of the most important points, because when people hear that animals are actually scalded alive, they have this pretty picture of how they live in a bucolic field, and then somebody probably shoots them, boop, they're dead, and there's no pain involved whatsoever, and up to that time their life is wonderful. And as strange and naive as that sounds, I have a friend that's daughter is vegan, and I recently brought her to an event, and when we left, she actually told me she had no idea that that's the way the animals actually die, or anything about if it's even close to that. She had no idea. She's buying all this free-range products, etc., and she had no idea. She thought she was doing something good. So that just shows how uninformed people are generally.
Yeah. Okay. Ellen Dent, your thoughts on this?
You know, Zoe made the decision that these chickens needed to be saved, that they needed to be saved from, the condition that they were in on the truck that she found them in. And, from what was waiting ahead of them, possibly, that they've uncovered with their footage there with DXE. So I believe that she felt completely within her, within the law, within the realm of the law, to do what she did, to take the actions that she took out of necessity to help these other animals. And that, these statements, from these companies couldn't be more inaccurate, and neither could that handout that they sent to people living in the Petaluma area in order to try to influence them ahead of this trial. So I think that was from the Chicken Council. There's the photos. You were saying that a lot of these photos might have been sourced as stock photos from even other countries. And, you can see from the footage that DXC alleges that is just simply not the case. These chickens aren't out in the sun. They aren't frolicking in the sun. They aren't on the grass. They aren't living their best lives, together, before, their ultimate demise, which there is no humane way to kill someone who does not want to die. And these chickens do not want to die. And they certainly don't want to die, in some dark, awful slaughterhouse where they aren't even, stunned properly, and, are going down the line into something that we can't even fathom.
Yeah, and here's something from Toronto Pig Save. A picture is worth 1,000 words. And that is why it was so important to get at least and honestly, I don't know how much footage the jury got to see. Why don't I know that? Because we weren't allowed in court. Unchained TV actually officially applied to be the court camera and put a videographer in there and be the pool camera that any news organization could take. And we were declined. We were rebuffed, and they wouldn't allow even still cameras. So one of the reasons we rely on the ex-Purdue feed, Purdue Rescue Trial feed, is because we're not getting.
We just lost
because Jane. We're not be able to see in court. We're in the modern 21st century, and we could have the possibility to see all of this, to see the trial, to see the conditions in the factory farms, to see the conditions in the slaughterhouses. Just like when I leave home, I can see what's going on in my apartment. These are not expensive, but we're not using these 21st century techniques because, well, according to an assemblyman from San Jose, they don't want people to see. Paige.
When I stopped by, I happened to be in the location of Petaluma Poultry. And let me just say this. I had called someone and said, is this where Zoe got arrested? And they said, yes. And there's some new signs that are up that are shiny and new. And I drove up, and you would never know that there was a slaughterhouse in the middle of a mini mart, like a strip mall, like right over there's a restaurant. Like what? And the thing of it is, I was wearing just street clothes, and I happened to be taking some photographs, and I was asked to leave. And I was shaking by the end because the security guard came up to me, and the security guard said, you look like you're protesting. Okay. I was in street clothes in a motorhome, not protesting, taking some photographs. And he said, you need to leave. I'm calling the cops. So what was fascinating to me was I was all of a sudden put on guard, like, wait, what? I'm not even doing anything that's protesty. I'm taking some photographs. So on guard already is the sense that anyone who's bringing the truth is a protester. And to me, that's what's on trial here. How is it that we've gotten to the place where the industry of where's making billions of dollars on the backs of these animals are in the right and we're in the wrong? Back to you. Let's go to Ellen.
Yeah, I can speak. I can speak to that where Jane's muted, and I just want to address what Paige is saying in terms of the legal framework we're dealing with. Is we've talked so much about the culture war, but that has a lot to do with the framework of animals as property. Legally, animals are still considered property. So these laws that are on the books, the charges against Zoe reflect the laws that the very powerful egg industry has lobbied for in the past. So that's what we're up against. And I think that's what makes this trial so significant and historic, because these laws are getting really questioned right now and pushing on the other side of it with establishing this right to rescue. And with Wayne's trial, even though he was convicted on these same charges, felony, conspiracy, and trespass. And keep in mind, the trespass charge relates to going onto property with the intention of interfering with the business or occupation. And the other trespass charge is about unlawfully carrying away an animal housed upon that land. So that goes to what Paige is talking about, is the industry has secured these types of laws to keep the animals in the dark, so that the people can consume food without knowing the full picture of how the animals are actually treated.
Let's go in with more detail to these charges. So, this is the detail part, but this is the part that's going to determine whether she goes to prison for 5 years or not. There's 4 charges. This one is the conspiracy charge, and it's very, very detailed. And then you have the 3 misdemeanors. Now, one question I have, Justine, is I don't understand why there are 2 counts of trespass, count 2 and count 3, and then there's 1 count of tampering with a vehicle. If you trespass, you trespass. You're not trespassing twice. So how is it possible that they're charging her with 2 counts of trespass for the same action?
Well, they're treated as separate crimes. One is a more simple trespass of just going onto the land where there's signs that say no trespassing, and unlawfully carrying away an animal housed in the land. Whereas count 2 is it's a separate crime of going onto the land for the purpose of injuring property or property rights with the intention. Note, that's an important word. The intention of interfering with or obstructing or injuring a lawful business and occupation carried on by the owner of such land. So with count 2, there is an intent element, which is providing a door for the defense to argue that she didn't have that specific intent to interfere with the business. Her intent was to rescue the birds. You can see her sorting through the drawer to that crate where they're all packed in to identify which ones are injured or sick. So that goes to count 2, whereas the count 3 trespass is what is cited in the felony conspiracy charge. They're specific on the felony conspiracy is to commit the crime of trespass, count 3. I know that may be a little confusing, but the conspiracy is tied to the more simple trespass of her just actually going on the land and carrying away the bird, which you can see that she did. So that makes it easier for the prosecution, actually, because they just have to prove the act of her actually going on the land. But there is 2 parts to it. The act is conceded, though, because
okay, can I jump in? I just want to jump in and ask, because I'm looking at this conspiracy and I'm seeing that it says the defendant, directly or through others between the dates of blah, 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 affixed GPS monitors to 12 different Purdue Farm vehicles. Then the defendant directly or through others on June 13th opened the gate from inside the facility to allow multiple people to enter. The defendant directly or through others took possession of the chickens. Okay, so that obviously we saw, but I don't understand how you can defendant directly or through others on June 11th entered the offices outside of ordinary business hours and went through paperwork and accessed a computer belonging to Petaluma Poultry. Now, we already have Zoe Rosenberg testifying that she's the one that did that. So I'm not really understanding how we can accuse Zoe of doing that when, and I want to play it again, when Raven took the stand and said, I'm the one who, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm the one who fixed the hidden cameras. Let's hear her one more time and then talk about that on the other side.
She told the jurors that she is testifying because she wants to share the truth about what really happened. She started to walk the jurors through her investigation, and we showed the jury footage of the slaughter line of birds flailing, and we showed them the photos of the bright cherry red birds who we believe had been scalded alive. She talked about how she personally rescued 2 birds on the morning of June 13th, and then she started to be cross-examined by the prosecutor, and then I will likely begin my testimony.
So, bottom line, she took the stand and said, no, I did all these things, except for the rescue that you see Zoe doing. But yet Zoe is the one accused of that. I don't understand.
Well, let me clarify. The language that you were reading relates to the overt acts. There's 2 parts to the conspiracy. One is conspiring with others to commit the crime of trespass in this case. The second is an overt act in furtherance of the crime. And what's listed there may change, because what is listed and you showed to the viewers, it is a list of overt acts read to the jury at the beginning of this trial, but now jury instructions have been read to the jury. So this language may have changed with regard to the overt acts, but keep in mind the overt acts themselves don't need to be a crime. Those are just acts taken, such as Zoe going in to investigate before actually taking the birds.
Okay, I want to ask Michael a question because he's been a juror many times. Here's the conspiracy case, which is extremely complicated. Here are the 3 misdemeanors, which are a lot simpler. To your knowledge, do people, when they get into the jury room, do they sit around? I've heard sometimes, well, let's do a poll. How many people here think that the conspiracy case is weak and there's not overwhelming proof of the conspiracy case? Because if they were to do that, that would shorten things a lot. I'm going to unmute you, Michael, or you have to unmute yourself. Is that something you've seen happen?
Yeah, basically what happens in the jury room is we have to, when we first get in there, we have to ask, does everyone want to take a straw vote, like a secretive vote, to see if we're all on the same page? That way we can get things done quicker. Normally, when we do that, it's not unanimous. So what we do is we try to go through the areas that maybe, we're not sure about. We ask for more evidence to be brought in. Sometimes we can ask the bailiff to bring in more, we can ask the judge to have more evidence being brought into the jury room so we can examine it more closely to make a decision. But as far as like a criminal case like this one, it has to be unanimous. I've been on civil cases where it's only like 9-3 and we can move on. The reason why I think that this may take a little longer than 1 day is because there are a lot of different charges and they have to come to a decision, unanimous decision on each and every one of them. So that's why.
My question to you is, I mean, if I were sitting in the jury, obviously we all bring our biases, and I've never been a juror. I've covered dozens of criminal trials over 37 years. I always go to jury duty. I don't escape it. But for whatever reason, maybe it's I'm wearing 2 different colored pairs of socks or whatever, I've never been selected for a jury. So what I'm just asking you, the process, if you're sitting there and you said a straw poll, right?
Mhm.
And they do a straw poll and they say, let's say everybody says, just hypothetically, yeah, this conspiracy case is weak. Let's start with the misdemeanor counts. Is it possible that they might say, you know what, we can, I guess what I'm saying is if they dive into that conspiracy first, yes, they could be there for days. But if they put that aside and say, we don't feel that was proved overwhelmingly, and especially considering that the 4 prosecution witnesses, what we would call hostile witnesses that the prosecution wanted to bring in as part of that whole conspiracy didn't testify, then they could move to the simpler trespasses and tampering with a vehicle, and they could be done quickly. I'm not saying that's happening. I'm being hypothetical. Is that a real?
Yes.
Is that a realistic hypothesis, Michael?
Yes, definitely. There's no particular order that we have to go through as far as like deciding on different charges. We can go through the easy ones first, the ones we all agree on. Then the more difficult ones we can discuss until we come to a decision.
And of course, they have to elect a jury foreperson, right?
Yes,
That's the
first thing we
they
do.
have to
First thing we do is and
All right.
the foreperson actually has a lot of influence on the outcome of the case, as far as what I've seen in my experience. So that's
All
very
right.
important who they decide to get.
Any other thoughts on that, Paige? You're nodding away.
I've never been chosen either, so this is fascinating. I appreciate it. But anyone else ever been on a jury?
Anybody else here ever been on a jury? Okay, go ahead. Lindsay, unmute.
I have a question for Michael. Why is the four person have so much power?
I don't necessarily think they have more power,
Or,
but they
you
can
know,
guide. They can guide the proceedings along kind of the way they want to because they're the leaders. So I've noticed that as far as like the person that we pick as foreperson, it's usually the person that volunteers, because most of the time people don't want to do it. Someone else could do it. But then the stronger type of person that would want to lead, and they would volunteer, and they would normally get picked. But what I'm saying as far as like being an influence is because, it's a subtle thing. They can, kind of like say, we should move on to this case, move on to this question.
Yeah, they have influence.
They have influence. Yeah,
think of a condo board meeting or any of these kinds of things where there's one person who kind of says, I'm in charge here, and they kind of guide. There's a question from our audience. So can she be found guilty on count 4 if she's not guilty on count 3? And let's put those counts up while you answer that question, possibly. Justine?
Oh, certainly. Yes. Yeah. I do believe that she could still be found guilty on the tampering, even if she's not found guilty on the trespass. But I can understand where that's coming from, because if she wasn't found guilty of actually entering the land, then how could she be found guilty of tampering with the vehicle? But they're separate crimes, and so theoretically, yes, she could still be found guilty of tampering, even though not guilty on trespass.
And let's remember, all of this is about taking these 4 chickens, and she is not charged with theft. And that is a strategic move, because these prosecutors, I believe, looked at all the other previous animal rights open rescue cases where animal activists said that they had a right to rescue suffering animals. Let's take a look at Alexandra Paul's case. This was a case that happened in another county. I believe it was Merced County. And it was certainly predates this case. And Alexandra Paul, former Baywatch actress, as well as her co-defendant, Alicia Santurio, they, again, videotaped themselves doing the rescue, and they put it out for the world, just like Zoe did. And she was found not guilty. They were both found not guilty. And one of the reasons why is that because they were charged with theft, they were able to go into the condition of the property and then describe on the witness stand, what they felt was happening inside factory farms and slaughterhouses. Here's Alexandra Paul on the witness stand during her trial. Again, she was found not guilty, and the prosecutors in this case, the Zoe Rosenberg case, are looking at it going, how are we going to do this differently so we have a different outcome?
Open rescue is going into facilities where there's animal abuse and documenting that animal abuse and rescuing the animals who need medical care. And that's the rescue part. And then the open part is that we don't cover our faces. We are completely transparent about what we're doing, because that's an important ethic to us, and because the companies that we're investigating are not transparent. And also because we believe that what we're doing is legal and right.
So first of all, it's harder to convict a celebrity, and she is a celebrity. And you could see she's extremely articulate and personable, but so is Zoe Rosenberg. Your thoughts on how the prosecution page is mixing it up and not charging Zoe with theft, even though that's at the center of the case, taking 4 chickens, because when they charged Alexandra Paul, the Baywatch actress, with theft, guess what? She was found not guilty. She was able to talk about all of her feelings about why she did this. Go ahead.
Well, I think that underlying all of this, Zoe has a busy life. She wants to get on with her life. So spending time in court, spending time on proving her point that the reason she did what she did is all, to me, a big waste of time. What needs to happen is transparency. Back to you, Jane.
Well, yeah, but look, Unchained TV, watching this case, and we're fair. We invite the corporations on any time to comment. We also put their website with what they say are their animal welfare standards up every time we go live, several times. And so we're trying to present in a news fashion this trial. And at the heart of it is 2 diametrically different characterizations of the same thing. Whatever's happening in these factory farms and these slaughterhouses, it's happening. You've got people going in there, putting in undercover video, getting prosecuted to say, no, what you're saying is happening isn't happening. This is happening. And the companies are saying, you're hurting our business, and this is extremism bordering on agro-terrorism. It shouldn't be happening. Well, there's a simple solution. And the simple solution is cameras in these slaughterhouses and factory farms. And so that's why Unchained TV proposed it. We sent out an editorial, and we found out with a very quick Google search that Spain, Israel, and England and Scotland already require cameras inside slaughterhouses. So it's not such a far-fetched idea. And then we presented it to Assemblyman Al Kashra just this past week, and he said, yes, there should be more transparency. And he said he would, quote, look into the possibility of cameras inside the slaughterhouses and factory farms, which would require probably legislation to be proposed. But he also said it would require a grassroots movement much bigger than is happening right now. So we're not going to get that until you hit the tipping point where people rise up and say, we've seen what's happening behind closed doors. We don't like it, and we want it changed. That's really what's going to have to happen. So this is a culture war, Ellen Dent, and you've been right in the middle of it with Animal Alliance Network.
Yeah, I mean, these places, they don't want to be transparent for a reason. There's a reason why there's all of these laws, to keep people from, making the connection, to remove their cognitive dissonance from, who's on their plate to, who, was in this farm and this slaughterhouse. people don't want to know, but they need to know. They need to know, even just from a consumer standpoint, they should be grateful that DXE is doing this work, that Zoe went into this place to expose what is happening to these chickens. I don't know if you have the list of ailments that Poppy, Ivy, Aster, and Azalea had that they were, found to have. But I mean, it was a very long list, and, it wasn't conducive of, someone would want to eat. Just if they were like definitely contaminated according to what the vets found. And the public deserves to know. They deserve to see the truth. That is why we go out with Animal Safe Movement, and we go to have these vigils outside of slaughterhouses and live markets, and also farms, just so people can have the opportunity to come and see the victims of animal agriculture for themselves. And then we also broadcast that as far as we can on social media, with the media, the mainstream media, even when we can get them out there, and plenty of times on Unchained TV. So thank you so much for helping us, get this out there. And I couldn't agree more that we need cameras inside of these slaughterhouses. We need these walls to be opened up to the public.
And, I was also thinking, if it was politically unfeasible to have it as a piece of legislation, what about having it as a proposition? Because we've had tremendous luck with propositions, Prop 2 and Prop 12, which are basically these California propositions passed overwhelmingly by the voters that say animals have to have more room to move. Prop 12 says that pigs, specifically, it focuses on pigs, have to be able to have moved to turn around, which essentially outlaws these horrific, cruel, monstrous pig gestation crates that keep pigs in these coffin-like crates, unable to turn around or even scratch themselves. And believe it or not, the pig industry continues to try to overturn Prop 12, went all the way up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court upheld Prop 12. So one of the reasons why this is so important is that California is the 5th largest economy in the world. At one moment, it was the 4th largest recently, and then went back to the 5th largest. But as California goes, so goes the nation and the world. So, Lindsay Baker, you've been involved in many of these campaigns. You are here in California. Do you think a proposition, as opposed to maybe legislation, to get cameras in all slaughterhouses and factory farms is something we could do?
Well, I think anything's possible. I'm not really very versed in getting propositions passed, so I can't honestly say that would be better. But my feeling is whatever we can do, whatever method we can use, and also exactly share out. We have to keep at this, because there is also that cognitive dissonance, if you will, that people, when something unpleasant, it's just human nature, and there's something unpleasant that you see, and something can take you or distract you away from that, as they do so well. We have to constantly stay on this. So if it's a proposition, a bill, whatever it is, and we also have to stay on it after it's passed, because just like Prop 12, I believe it hasn't been enacted yet. Am I correct? I would like
to. Oh, no, it's enacted.
But so
it's enacted, and they're trying to overturn it. They're trying to overturn it.
It's enacted, but it hasn't been. Have they taken them out of the gestation crates? Is my question.
The point is, it's illegal to sell any products from pigs that come from pig gestation crates. So that's why it applies nationally. That's why in Congress there are hearings in an attempt to overturn it. And there was one recently where they're saying it's hurting, it's causing prices to go up. And, the answer to that is prices are going up for a lot of reasons, and the gestation crates are not the main reason. And when you consider that processed meat includes bacon, pig hot dogs, pig sausage is officially cancer causing, there are a lot of cost savings that also come with eliminating pork products. Paige, you were nodding your head.
I'm going to nod my head, but I want to say the whole group has been chiming in on the chat about, is this being enforced? Who's enforcing? And is it being regulated? Is anyone in there? So that's why when we're seeing those of us who are speaking up as a threat, to me, the threat is really to human health. And we're not even talking about that aspect. I mean, you did bring that up just now, but, you know, pandemics and vaccines that are used on the animals are, you know, it's the highest number of vaccines and antibiotics are used on these farm animals. That's my understanding. Over to you, maybe Ellen, take it away. I saw you nodding as well.
Sure. I mean, you are what you eat, and in this case, who you eat. You know, like there's documentaries about that showing the positive effects of eating plants instead of eating other animals and animal products. So people really need to see what is happening, you know, behind the closed doors of this industry that they don't want people to see. They don't want people to see the condition of these other animals that they are planning to consume. Because by the time they get to the grocery store, they have been, you know, butchered, ripped apart, and put into neat little packages. And that simply is just not the case when they are alive and they are still themselves and whole, that they are suffering. And this, you know, footage has shown over and over again that they are suffering. And it's just such a disservice not to show the jury the whole picture of why Zoe did what she did and for whom.
Yeah.
Jane, may I add something?
Absolutely.
Thanks. Just to address what Paige brought up about the public health concerns, based on the X feed, that Zoe did testify her intent was to rescue and address public health concerns. So it wasn't only the suffering of the chickens, but also the public health concerns. So yeah. I just wanted to put that out there. And about the legislation and your original question, as far as a ballot measure versus legislation, there is two things. One, you still need grassroots support, even more so for a ballot measure, and the expense, huge difference on the expense. If you have a receptive sponsor with an assembly member and you can work with the staff to craft something workable that that could be introduced as legislation, it's a lot less expensive. That's a good way to start and try to get the legislation. And then you need a lot more funding and organizational support for a ballot measure, in my experience.
Well, the prosecution is just now about to wrap up its closing argument. The defense is next. Within the hour, we should hear what those closing arguments have been like, and the jury will get this historic case. We've made a point of saying we are staying live throughout this day to find out what is going to happen. So we're about to go into verdict watch, we think. Meanwhile, let's reset at the top of the hour or close to it and talk a little bit about and play a little bit of video about this woman who is at the center of this now global trial and what she's all about.
About 5 years ago, animal rescuers went to a factory farm that supplies to Petaluma Poultry and tried to rescue chickens who were dying on the floor of this factory farm. And the animal rescuers called the police because they were hoping that the police would come and try to help the animals and address the criminal animal cruelty. And the police did show up, but they decided, instead of helping the animals, that they were going to protect corporate interest. And they actually tore those chickens out of the arms of animal rescuers, and law enforcement killed all of them, all but one. One chicken was allowed to go past police lines. One chicken was allowed to go to the vet and get care and spend her life at sanctuary. And that chicken was Rose. Rose was brought to me, and she was severely debilitated. She was really sick. The first night that she was with me, she was so scared I remember I had her in my bedroom in case she needed anything. And when I turned the lights out, she started crying. And I couldn't figure out what was wrong. I didn't know if she was in pain. I just didn't know why she was so upset. She just wouldn't stop crying. And finally, I wrapped her in a blanket and I brought her up onto my bed. And then she fell asleep. She stopped crying. And I realized she just didn't want to be alone. And from that day forward, she slept in my bed every night. She went with me everywhere. She came with me to the grocery store, to restaurants, even sometimes to school. And about a year after she was rescued, she passed away very suddenly. She had never really fully regained her health. She never regained use of one of her legs. And I've spent the last 4 years grieving Rose. You know, after Rose's death, her story inspired a mass movement for animals, a movement for Rose's law, a law that would give animals a Bill of Rights. And the first one of those rights is the right to be rescued.
All right. And again, we are doing total team coverage. The prosecution's closing argument is wrapping up. The defense closing argument is getting ready to start. We've committed to being live today till the end of court. Jury deliberations are set to start in about 1 hour. This is day 25, week 7 of this case. Having been a crime reporter for many years, excuse me, I can tell you that I've covered numerous murder trials that have been decided in less time than this case over the rescue of 4 chickens. And who knows how many millions of dollars? We don't know. I mean, Paige Parsons Roach, I don't know how many millions of dollars have been spent investigating this case since 2023 and now prosecuting it for 25 days.
I mean, that's money. That's money. That's taxpayers' dollars. Am I right? I mean, that's money that's being spent for 4 animals, and their lives are worth more than $24. But when you talk about in the industry of production and economy, it doesn't make sense. Make it make sense. Back to you, Jane.
Yeah, we're getting so many comments from people. There's a lot of comments, and I tell everybody you're watching, share this out. And now we're live on Twitch as well. This is a new addition to Unchained TV. We're live on Twitch along with X, along with LinkedIn, along with YouTube, certainly Facebook, where many people are watching, as well as our streaming network, which is on our TV or on our phone right behind us. We are just FYI, a 501c3 nonprofit news network for sustainability, compassion, and human health. And a lot of people are saying, hey, this case, you know, highlights the problems with modern day industrialized animal agriculture. This is not tradition in the sense that even 200 years ago, we didn't have these industrialized methods of producing animals. And these animals are not making love on these factory farms. They're all artificially inseminated. This is the industrialization of animals. And that's really what's at stake here, what is being debated. You have publications like The Guardian who've been covering this issue. That is a victory in itself, that The Guardian and other major publications like the San Francisco Chronicle have covered this case. But, you know, here's my opinion as a journalist. You shouldn't have to risk going to prison to get these issues covered. Nobody should have to risk going to prison to get these issues covered. But that's the nature of it. Unless somebody's going to prison, Annie Abram with the Captain Paul Watson Foundation, they're not covering this, the mainstream media.
Yes, it's very unfortunate. However, it's been silenced for so long. We need laws. We need to start establishing laws that animals are individuals, number one. If we turn the tables around, there is animal abuse going on. There is public health hazard going on. There's lands that are being depleted. We know it from Amazon rainforest and everywhere, obviously. But there's so many things that needs to be in the public's mind and eyes that has been hidden. It's about time that all this is exposed. And Zoe, compassion is not a crime. She's a compassionate, hero, if you want to call. She's amazing. She put herself, her whole life, her freedom ahead of herself, everything for the victims.
All
These
right,
victims,
Annie, thank
but
you
for
for
the
that. I
public
want to
too.
go. I want to
Public.
go to Michael, because people are commenting on the waste of money. That's not my words. That's the words of people who are commenting. What a waste of money. Let me ask you, as somebody who's been a juror many times, you're a resident juror. Here's David Bailey. It's ludicrous how much time and money has gone into this case. We even had the district attorney herself sitting in the gallery when Zoe was being cross-examined by the prosecutors. Do you think, as somebody who served on a jury quite often, Michael, that the jurors take that into account or not? I mean, they're not officially supposed to, but do you think it weighs on them?
Yeah, I mean, the jury is human. So of course they're going to be frustrated. One jury trial I sat on, it lasted months, and people at the end were getting very frustrated. It's human nature, So yeah, as far as like the time and then when you break it down, this is not like a serial killer that's going to, a threat to the community, something like that. This is 4 chickens that were rescued, from a slaughter truck. So I'm thinking that, yeah, they probably are frustrated. And if anything, they were probably frustrated at the, at the government, at the DA for filing these charges. I think it would be more towards them than Zoe.
Interesting. Yeah, because obviously, well, but we don't know, because again, this is a reflection of the culture, and this trial is not occurring in what you might call hotbeds of the plant-based movement like Los Angeles or Brooklyn. It's happening in an agricultural community where, this is part of the industry. And remember, the prosecution asked people, are you vegan or vegetarian? Or do you know any vegans or vegetarians? And those people were eliminated from the jury using peremptory challenges, Paige.
I don't think that's fair. And let me say something else. I remember at the beginning of this trial when we heard from some of the folks who were local that there were billboards being put up. My understanding is messaging against Zoe, that she was, what I think was put out was that she was a criminal, and that this is a pushback against farmers and protein that they're providing. So to me, it's ludicrous. Back to you, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's a culture war for sure. And it's emblematic of the culture war. What I see is that this trial was an attempt by industry and prosecutors and elected officials who are funded by, well, I haven't done the research, but, animal agriculture is very powerful, very rich. And so it was to send a message that if you do these open rescues, you're going to go to prison, and watch out. But did the script get flipped? Is it now animal agriculture being put on trial with articles like The Guardian and other coverage, San Francisco Chronicle? Again, it's sad that somebody has to risk going to prison for half a decade to get these articles written, but that's the way it is. They're not going to cover it. So my question is, you've done a lot of publicity campaigns, Ellen Dent. Do you feel that the script has been flipped, and now, in terms of what's going out there, that it's more about the appropriateness or questions about industrialized animal agriculture in general?
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely being amplified to the public, which is a wonderful thing. Kudos to Zoe and Direct Action Everywhere for being able to get this many mainstream stories to cover this and question it and question, the why, the who, the why, this is happening. And, I really believe that it's helping change the narrative. Every story that gets out there, every story that puts this spotlight on animal agriculture. So, it's very necessary that we have this, this discussion, this conversation with the public and let them know what is happening. Because if we're ever going to be able to get public support behind laws that protect other animals, that establish the right to rescue, we're going to have to bring that awareness to the public first so that they know what's going on and so that they can buy into this as well.
Now, all of this happened in June of 2023, and it happened to have occurred during the Animal Liberation Conference that was going on in Berkeley, California, where Direct Action Everywhere, a cutting edge, mostly youth-oriented, but people of all ages, animal rights group, held what they call a convergence, an animal liberation conference. And the night started in Berkeley, and then it went all the way up 50 miles north, whatever it is, to Petaluma, where the slaughterhouse is. Over the course of this extraordinary coverage that we're doing all day, I'm going to play the 3-part series that Unchained TV did on the night. This is part 1. And we were there, and just so you know, we had no idea what was going to happen. We just were told, show up at this location in Berkeley near the water, and we'll see. So you're seeing it in the same way that we uncovered it, having no idea that this night would end up with an historic criminal trial. Let's listen.
Direct Action Everywhere, a fast-growing, youth-oriented grassroots movement famous for pushing the legal envelope to rescue animals from industrialized cruelties like factory farms. So what's it like to take part in one of DXC's controversial group actions? The Unchained TV team flew to San Francisco to find out and ended up around midnight in a parking lot in Berkeley.
What is going to happen here tonight? That is the big question. We don't have the answer. There's a lot of mystery. People are wondering, where are we going? What's the target? What is the point that we're making? Well, we always know the point. The point is animals are not our property. We have no right to just use them as possessions or commodities and kill them and chop them up for clothes or food. They are entitled to their rights.
These actions are really creative, and I just can't wait to see what they do.
And are you nervous at all?
No, not so much. There's a lot of people here. That helps, a lot of solidarity.
If I were to guess as to what they're doing, I would say, generally speaking, it's probably going to be very dramatic, no matter what. They were collecting signatures for the ballot to have no more factory farms in Berkeley. So my guess is there's going to be some kind of either a factory farm takeover, open rescue, shutdown of some sort. But who knows? I mean, I've come to expect anything from DXC.
I was arrested 3 times in actions for animals with DXC in the past. It was always worth it. Yep, I was in a position where I could do it at the time. And I feel like, I just was wanting to take that action for animals. And it felt like I felt very supported, and I felt like it was the right thing to do.
I'm here to liberate animals and fight for climate justice. We've tried all other tactics, and they haven't worked. The organization that we're here with, DXE, is a nonviolent organization. This is nonviolent. The whole thing is nonviolent. When people aren't listening to the message, or when there are other interests within systems that are taking place and the message isn't able to be heard, then this is what we have to do.
And as part of that, there is the Right to Rescue campaign, which DXC has launched, saying
individuals, Americans, have a right to rescue animals. If it were a dog trapped in a hot car, you'd be hailed as a hero for breaking the window and rescuing the dog. And they say the same concept applies to factory farms, concentrated animal feeding operations, and slaughterhouses.
Okay, so here's the fun part. So by checking in, you've signed a waiver basically saying that unlike some people who have been at ALC this week already that we've found out about, you're not here as an infiltrator, as an agent of the state. You're here for the cause of trying to help advance animal rights, and you're in line with what we're working on. Can everyone say you agree if you do agree? All right. I bet that's super legally binding, and but you know, so hey, y'all said it, so I'm gonna take your word for now. Now, if anybody was fibbing, anyone was lying, and you're an infiltrator, you know what? We love you. You know, we actually do. You're an individual. I don't know where you got to in life. Like, how do you suddenly be trying to undermine people trying to do good work? And that's like behavior that you should be ashamed of, and you should change. So you should think about that. And if you ever want to change, reach out to us, because we got an open heart. Thanks, yeah. Nobody's perfect. I've made mistakes in my life for sure, and it's a mistake if you're trying to subvert this movement. But it's okay, because we make mistakes, so come holler at us. Let's talk about it. Let's see if we can get on a better page. All right, now, if y'all have been around these kind of actions before, you know one thing is they're sort of hard to predict. We never really know what's going to happen exactly, so we've got to be really flexible. For all I know, like, the Berkeley police could come in here right now and just make us all move or whatever.
Direct Action Everywhere believes in systemic change. They want to change institutions like government and corporations. And they do very risky things in order to try to make that happen. Consequently, there have been numerous prosecutions. And in the last couple of cases, those prosecutions have not been successful. The Direct Action Everywhere members have been acquitted. So what is going to happen here tonight? That is the big question. We don't have the answer.
I'm not sure what's going to be happening, but by being here, you are risking some legal risk. It's we organize a lot of different kinds of actions. Sometimes we're on a public sidewalk expressing our freedom of speech, and it's very legal. And even then, it's still risky. You just never know. Police can arrest you. They could be wrong. That arrest can have things happen in it that get you in trouble. So there's always some risk. But if you've seen like ALC actions, like sometimes like things happen that are obviously going to up the risk level. And even by being here and observing from public property, supporting people, taking pictures and sharing on social media, bearing witness, whatever happens, all that kind of stuff, that can, if something happens that's like illegal at the action, someone could say it's a conspiracy and you're part of it. Even if you have no idea about anything, some prosecutor, somebody could make a case that way. And I don't expect that to happen, and that's not something that happens in general with our stuff. But I want everyone to know that that's a possibility. That way, if you're really not okay with any kind of risk like that, you can opt out and keep your distance, or do whatever you got to do to feel okay. Like, we want people to be here and experience things and support each other, but we don't want anybody to step so far out of their comfort zone that they feel like, I don't feel comfortable with this risk level. Okay, so just think about that for yourself, and there's no wrong answer to that question. So just ask yourself that and feel good about it.
So now we are marching, a huge group of us marching in the dark through an area that used to be wildlife that is no longer wildlife. And we are headed to a place where there is a sign and it has a message. So the start of this action is very simple. It's just a march along the edge of the San Francisco Bay, and we're headed toward an overpass that's going to have a message on it, and that's pretty tame. It's a pretty tame action at this point, but we're participating and seeing where it leads us.
But while it may have appeared to be tame at first, it turned out to be anything but. You'll see why in the next episode.
Okay.
Okay, well, there you go. And I'm going to remove that. Yes, thank you, everybody. That was what we taped. This was the start of the night. There are 2 more episodes that are somewhat shorter, and we'll play them throughout the course of the day as we build up to a potential jury verdict today in the chicken rescue trial. But you heard Paul Picklesheimer, the very person that the prosecution tried unsuccessfully to get to testify against Zoe. You heard him warn people, if you're here, there's a possibility that you could get arrested. And if you don't feel comfortable with that, Lindsay Baker, nobody that I saw left, but you can't ignore the fact that Paul Picklesheimer did warn people. And ultimately, in that entire night, there were arrests, and now Zoe is on trial, and the jury is hearing closing arguments right now, and a verdict could come by the end of the day.
Yeah, it's just like my heart is pounding right now because I know what's going on in the courtroom is really pivotal to this case, and it's going to make a decision that is going to have ramifications on not only this case, but other activist actions, the other protests. It's just pressure to silence people. And we can't allow that to happen. And that's why we're here today. But as far as, this case, I think it's going to make history in that it's going to change how the public views animal agriculture. Because no matter how it turns out, it is going to continue. This story will continue.
Yeah, I think you make a very good point. What do they say about activism? And this applies across society to many different social justice movements. First, they ignore you, then they make fun of you and laugh at you, then they get angry at you, and then they join you. What are your thoughts on that one, Paige Parsons Roach, as somebody who is, we call you the soccer mom turned activist?
Yeah. I appreciate that, and I'm waiting for that day. The other about 3 weeks ago, I woke up to a news report, Eat Lancet, that was being circulated around about a report in 2019, just to sort of bring something in perspective. I've been an environmentalist since my 20s, and when I became vegan, plant-based 10 years ago, I started marching in the streets with many people who are here, along with Greta Thunberg. And let me say this. We were marching for people to be aware that animal agriculture is one of the leading causes of our climate crisis. The amount of resources that are being used was startling for me when I learned through a film called Cowspiracy. Now, let me point this out. In 2019, there was a report that came out, and apparently what has happened, you can look this up, Eat Lancet, because they actually put the report out again, but the industry of animal agriculture came out has spent billions of dollars to discount plant-based and veganism in the mainstream mindset. So narrative is everything. Narrative is everything. I'm going to throw it back to you, Jane, because that's what came to mind when you were talking just now. Because we are up against an industry that is billions of dollars with billions of animals being bred into existence to be eaten. And we're being pushed these messages about this is your protein around the world. But let's just talk about America. You're hurting the farmers if you are coming out against. And the point is, we are trying to come up with solutions to help farmers get out of the situations by which they are in that is unsustainable. It is not sustainable going forward. It is not sustainable now. And we're here to create solutions. That's what we're doing every single day, is trying to figure out how can we help farmers transition into mushrooms or some other industry aspect of food to help solutions for the climate, for human health. I mean, somebody pointed out, the World Health Organization calls these processed meats group 1 carcinogens like cigarettes. And my understanding is the cigarette industry was hired, the advertising agency, to put out this misinformation. I'm
Yeah.
gonna leave that right there.
Again, if you're just joining us, we are live till the end of court. Right now, the defense closing argument at the courthouse is just getting underway, we believe. That's going to last about 50 minutes. So in 1 hour, we're going to have our reporter at the courthouse come out and tell us about closing arguments. The jury will get the case and will presumably start deliberating right away. Now, what we decided is today we're going to stay live because we want to hear what those closing arguments were all about. And you never know, the jury could come back with a verdict today. You think, oh, that could never happen. No, there are famous trials, very famous trials where the jury came back lickety split within a couple of hours. So it could also go on for 3 weeks. I mean, this is a trial over the rescue of 4 chickens. Here are the 4 chickens now that they've been rehabilitated, living their best lives at an undisclosed location. Here is the alleged crime that happened back in June of 2023. It has taken more than 2 years for this case to come to trial, and it's been a trial going on for 7 weeks over chickens that are worth, according to estimates, if they were healthy, $24, but if they were not healthy, not having any value at all. But the person removing these chickens, Zoe Rosenberg, is not charged with theft. They are charging her with conspiracy. The company from which she rescued these 4 chickens is calling this bordering on agro-terrorism. And the prosecution, they are really, 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 it would appear, trying to send a message. Do not try to show what's happening in industrialized animal agriculture. Do not try to rescue animals. These are mere property. On the other side, you have the defendant saying, no, these are not mere property. These are sentient beings, and they have rights. They have an animal bill of rights that they would like to see called Rose's Law, and that would enable animals to be free, not owned. They would have a guardian acting in their best interests, the right not to be exploited, abused, or killed by humans, the right to have their interests represented in court and protected by the law. Right now, they really don't have, they do not have personhood, even though corporations have personhood. The right to a protected home habitat or ecosystem, the right to be rescued from situations of distress and exploitation. That is what Direct Action Everywhere is seeking. And their open rescues have not only non-inspired investigations by law enforcement into what's happening in factory farms and slaughterhouses, their open rescues have sparked a massive turnout of law enforcement to arrest those who go into factory farms and attempt to rescue animals they say are suffering. So look at this turnout in Northern California for one of these open rescues, not involving this case, but a previous case. There you see the open rescuers, the members of Direct Action Everywhere, holding up heart signs. They were playing guitar. They had flowers. And you can see the police responding as if they're dealing with what the company calls agro-terrorists. So you can see that this is a culture war. Now, when I look at this, I say, here I am, a woman who sometimes is afraid to walk my dogs at 11 o'clock at night when it gets dark. I would love to see more police presence, in my neighborhood, driving around. But no, when the police turn out in force, it's because people are trying to show what's happening inside industrialized animal agriculture. So this is a huge culture war. And that's one of the reasons why Zoe Rosenberg is doing this. I don't want to speak for her, but she obviously wants to alert the world to what is happening. And she is part of Direct Action Everywhere, which also wants to alert the world to what is happening inside factory farms. The big question is, this company says it has the highest animal welfare standards. We invite them on anytime to comment. We urge people, go to their website, check out what they have to say. Okay. It's corporate.purduefarms.com/responsibility/animal-care. On the other side, here is video of what Direct Action Everywhere says that they found inside those factory farms. Which leads to the question, is there any way is there any nice way to raise 85, 90 billion animals every year globally are being killed for food consumption? As our population skyrockets, barreling past 8.2 billion humans, the industrialization of animal agriculture is increasing. It's something that is relatively new. Even 250 years ago, there were no factory farms. Okay. With the advent of fast food in the 1950s, and then in the 60s, and really taking off in the 70s, mostly meat and dairy based. Then you had this mass production of animals. And when I say mass production, again, they're not making love on these factory farms. There's, artificial insemination, in general agriculture. I'm not an expert in chickens, but I can tell you for cows and pigs, they're definitely not making love on those factory farms. So the industrialization of animal agriculture is what is being debated here. That's the larger issue being debated in this trial. And that's why we're staying live, because generally the news media covers it the first day of the trial, and then maybe one day, like major cross-examination, and then the final day. But if somebody's willing to go to prison for 5 years, and there she is, Zoe Rosenberg, the defendant, and many of the people watching saying the hero of this case, the least we can do is stay here and bear witness to this process. You're nodding your head, Ellen Dent.
Absolutely. Like, I couldn't agree more that she's, such a hero. She's so brave, so selfless, as, so many others on this live have said. She said she would be willing to do this all over again, regardless of the adversity that she is facing, just like her life being in danger by possibly being incarcerated. It's hard for me to even fathom that she would be incarcerated for helping other animals. I mean, that animal bill of rights that she's fighting for, that's the future. And the sooner that we enact that bill of rights, the sooner that our species will evolve past this system of normalized violence, as Dr. Rao has explained it, past these systems that are literally factory farming our own species into mindlessly consuming the bodies of other animals. So I'm, so glad to be here and support in as many of these days as possible. And if I had a hat, I would take it off to you, Jane, for being here every day and going live, and to everyone else who's on this broadcast, who's shown up over and over again to come out and support Zoe and help her get the right for other animals.
Breaking news. Madhu is back. Thank you for that. But we are back now. Madhu, you are outside live at court. Bring us up to date. What happened?
So Jane, I just stepped outside because we are on a 15-minute break. I need to just quickly let you know what happened, and then I'll have to go back in there. So the prosecution did the closing statements, and they spent Mr. Hobson, the prosecutor, spent an hour and 15 minutes trying to prove that Zoe did what she did was only for publicity, and it was not for caring for the chicken. He kept asking the jury to ask them to prove it that she's guilty of all charges, because she did it all. It was all planned, and she did not do it for the chickens. She did it for the publicity. So it was very disturbing.
Wow. Did you get any sense of, sometimes jurors, you could see jurors looking bored or taking notes or crying in certain cases? Any analysis of the jury?
The jury was just listening. What I noticed, the jury was just literally listening what Hobson was talking to them. I did see some reactions. They were surprised. And because Hobson was, the prosecutor was also talking about the witnesses, Raven Deerbrook, and also Carla Cabral. And he was digging into the same stuff, that why did Zoe take only 4 chickens? Why not she took so many more chickens? Why didn't they carry more buckets when there was so much it was an ALC going on? She had so many people around with her, and he was trying to say that it was coordinated action, it was conspiracy. That was the whole thing he was trying to do.
So you're saying that he said that this was a conspiracy to get publicity, and that's it, not to save the lives of these chickens.
Correct. Yes. That's what he spent an hour and 15 minutes to do that. So now, to my understanding, defense attorney is going to go next with the closing statements, and I think Miss Mills, that's the other prosecutor, would have a chance to talk again.
Oh, okay. So I was right. At the very end, after the defense does their closing argument, the prosecution can come back, right, and have another final say.
That's to my understanding right now. Yes, it will be Miss Mills, not Mr. Hobson.
Wow. So I want to thank you. You're a great reporter. Let's hear it for her coming out, racing out to bring us the very latest. Thank you so much. I know you've got to get back in there. So come out again as soon as the defense closing argument is done. And then the jury deliberations are set to begin after 25 days. Wow. Any other thoughts, any other observations of the defendant, Zoe Rosenberg, the jury?
We were just surprised because it was like after the whole trial, Mr. Hobson prosecution is only trying to prove that the Zoe did all this for publicity, which was very surprising. I think the jury does understand what's going on, and hopefully it will be in Zoe's favor. I'm just reporting what I see, so I will get back to you, Jane, the minute the closing statements finish.
Thank you, Madhu. Great job coming out, and go back in there, and we're going to stay live, and we are going to see you in about an hour as you give us the recap on the defense closing argument. Meanwhile, I'll let you go because I don't want you to miss your place.
Sure.
Thank you so much, Madhu. Anderson, live at the courthouse. You just heard the breaking news there. So what's everybody's analysis of that? Let's start with Paige and do a little round robin.
Wow, Jane. This is unprecedented. I'm going to bring it back to that word because we are making history right now. I'm just going to say that. To say that this was not an act of compassion to me is very frustrating. To try to call this a publicity stunt. I mean, to me, the publicity stunts are on their end. The misinformation that they keep putting out over and over again. Back to you, Jane.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, publicity stunt. Who goes to prison for 5 years for a publicity stunt? Annie, you were shaking your head.
I find it outrageous that they want to sell it as a publicity stunt. As you said, who would put their life at risk? Who would put their freedom at risk to a publicity? I mean, this is exactly what Paige said. They're reversing things around. What they're doing is publicity stunt, and they rely heavily on that. Let's not forget that anytime anyone is exposing the truth to the public, they do everything they can publicly with all the publicity stunts, media and everything to try and shut them down. From Zoe DXC's actions to Captain Paul Watson to Freeform Harm, anytime any one of them is coming public, they try to attack in publicity stunt. That's their key. That's what they're doing. And they're accusing Zoe of it. Zoe is a compassionate rescue hero. Right to rescue. Back to you, Jane.
All right. Wow. So the publicity stunt angle for an hour. I mean, I'm a little surprised. One thing is mentioning, we feel this is a publicity stunt or however they put it, but to go on and on for an hour, that's a long time. It doesn't sound to me like a very nuanced argument.
No, not at all. I mean, there was a flash that went through my mind of, oh, good, they're that desperate. I mean, it seems so weak to me. Like, Zoe, just look at her. Look at the persona. Surely the jury will see through that because she's such a sincere person and the way she presents herself. And like everyone said, who would risk all? Her family, her college degree, well, not her degree, but her future, and everything else, leaving her sanctuary, her health, all of it for a publicity stunt. I mean, who is going to believe that? It seems like such a weak argument to me.
I had a thought, and that is, it says here, this was what Zoe said a while back. Prosecutors will try to tell the story of a radical criminal who steals animals from hardworking businesses. We will tell the story of 4 little chickens who faced unimaginable pain. Their names are Poppy, Ivy, Aster, and Azalea. But they dropped the theft charge. So when you drop the theft charge, you can't go on and on about the stealing of animals. So in a way, I'm wondering, Ellen Dent, do you think that came back to bite them at all?
Yeah, well, their case is like completely weakened because they're not showing, what the issue is. Like they say they have a problem with her, taking these animals, from this truck, but yet that's not a charge that she's facing. They've thrown that out. They've thrown out her, defense, which would have been the necessity defense, because they know that that's worked in the past for other court hearings. And yeah, you can see here that this is all that they are harping on is her being there to rescue these animals. But if she's able to prove that she was there to rescue, not to commit a crime, she did not think that she was committing a crime by helping other animals, then she should be off scot-free. She should not be, in this position where they're trying to make an example of her. And if anybody, like everyone else has said on this panel, is trying to, make a publicity stunt, they are trying to do that with her at this point. She had no intention of saving, Poppy, Ivy, Aster, and Azalea to end up, in the public eye. She went there to help them, to actually help these individuals, and she's never lost sight of who she's helping, and referring to them when she's speaking about her actions.
Wow. And we have some other breaking news from Dane for Dogs. Okay, just to give you, and I love playing this, I'm going to play it again. Here we go. Breaking news. Now, Direct Action Everywhere, the group that Zoe is a member of, is a group that was founded by a constitutional law professor named Wayne Shung. And Wayne Shung has also been arrested. There you see him getting arrested. He was arrested for rescuing chickens. He was arrested for rescuing piglets, and he was acquitted in this case. Okay. And then he also he went into a facility that breeds dogs for experimentation. And if you see me, I'm looking for that. He went into this facility that breeds dogs for experimentation in Wisconsin and recorded the video of these dogs spinning. And it ultimately ended up as this huge case in Wisconsin. There you see people gathered to support the dogs from this laboratory breeding facility. And guess what? We've got breaking news. The second largest research puppy mill in the country, that farm, Ridgeland Farms, is closing and will no longer be allowed to breed dogs for experimentation. This is just in to our newsroom, and it's breaking news. And it is connected because This whole case with Ridgeland dogs started as an open rescue of dogs and an investigation by DXE founder Wayne Shung into the conditions of those dogs. This is huge. Paige Persons Roach, I know you've been following this case.
Yes, this is a success that we can all feel a part of, because that means we're breaking the barrier. We're having moments of success to stop animal testing on these beautiful animals that are being bred, these beagles. I mean, you would not want your dog tested on. Trust me. And there's other ways to test now. And the effectiveness of testing on animals is so low. It's been proven. So this is history in the making right now, just like this case. We all need to just keep on pushing forward with all the activism that we do, because it's making an impact in real time. It's making an impact in real time. Look at those beautiful babies. I mean, if you've ever been around the most docile, kind beagle animals, come on now, right? And Lindsay was holding.
Okay, here's my beagle mix. Wednesday, celebrating that victory.
Hi, Wednesday.
Oh my gosh. And she is a beagle mix. She is exactly the kind of dog that they take and they torture, and they snap their vocal cords. And in this case, there were allegations which were very substantiated in court, which Unchained TV covered, that this facility was allowing non-veterinarians to perform painful surgeries like devocalization on dogs without anesthesia. And so this honestly is a huge breakthrough. I'm going to just hit it one more time. This is how big this is. A breaking news breakthrough. Absolutely huge win for Wayne Shung, who was the person who co-founded Direct Action Everywhere, which is the organization defendant Zoe Rosenberg is a member of, and who has been arrested, as you can see, numerous times, a constitutional law professor. And then he went into he took this video, he and his team took this video. This is just one snippet. There's tons of video of these dogs spinning and howling, but they're not making that much noise because they've all been devocalized. Their vocal cords have been severed, which it turns out was allegedly done without anesthesia by non-veterinarians. They got together with a Wisconsin group called Dane for Dogs that was holding protests. And you know what? A lot of people thought it'll never happen, but the world is changing. The world is changing. And PETA, which I follow very closely, has really reported that there is a lot of move now by the National Institutes of Health to come into the 21st century and to stop torturing dogs and monkeys and mice for animal experiments, which hardly ever have any relevance to humans because we don't have tails. And I'll also say an organization called Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine is also working hard to stop experimentation. They just got a doctor scientist to agree to not use 17,000 mice and rats to test the impact of beans on humans. And, to that I said, if you want to know the impact of beans on humans, ask me. I'll tell you. Okay. So here's the point. The point is that what is the likelihood of this breaking news happen as we are sitting here waiting for the verdict in the Zoe Rosenberg case, that a person who was also prosecuted by the same county, Wayne Shung, I wish we could get him on the phone, but Wayne Shung, a constitutional law professor who is a leader in he really basically started the whole open rescue movement, okay? And he's been prosecuted numerous times. Once in Sonoma County, he was convicted because he was accused of conspiracy, the same thing that they're accusing Zoe Rosenberg. But there were other times, like his rescue of these piglets from a massive factory farm, where he was acquitted. And what I'd like to do right now is play a snippet of his closing argument in the case in which he was acquitted for rescuing those piglets from a massive factory farm. And then I'm going to play the prosecutor's closing statement, which was really panned by the jury. In fact, the jury came back and said that they were offended by the prosecution's closing statement. Let's listen. Here's Wayne Shung in court, the guy who just is really the person who got this dog breeding facility for laboratory experimentation shut down.
I wish I could tell you the full story of what happened. We were on very direct orders to talk only about the night of March 7th, 2017, only about 2 piglets. But it's an interesting thing hearing someone as compelling as Vaughn, and he's a very compelling speaker, talk about what's in your heart in a way that you know is not true. And it's not. And honestly, the best way to explain it is the way Rick explained it, that there's a big difference between stealing an animal and trying to help someone who needs some help. And I think at the end of this closing argument, we'll be convinced, hopefully, that that's all we're trying to do.
What he said there is at the heart of what we're talking about. There is a big difference between stealing an animal and rescuing someone who needs help. Now, contrast that. That was the winning argument. He was acquitted. He defended himself because he is a constitutional law professor. Here's the prosecutor, and you'll notice that he's comparing these piglets to inanimate objects.
Analyze for just a moment the reasoning being demonstrated here tonight. I think it's clear that the pigs were stolen, they were taken, and they were not returned. In fact, Mr. Shum stated he didn't want to return. That's that. Imagine the use of the word rescue in some other context. Suppose you were in the grocery store and you saw a can with dents in it, and you thought to yourself, oh my goodness, that can has a dent. It has the potential of going bad. I better rescue that can, put it in my purse, take it out of the store. Or imagine you're at DQ, you see a dripping ice cream cone up there. The clerk just put on the counter. Oh dear, that cone is dripping off the side. I better take it so that it doesn't make a mess on the floor.
All right. So, wow. Annie, you want to speak?
Well, I guess so I'll speak. I just, it's so incredible that he would think that he could compare rescuing a can. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's insulting. I can see why people got, offended by that. It's attacking our intelligence. And I just wanted to go back to Zoe for a moment in the 4 chickens and why she only rescued 4. Well, in my opinion, that shows that there was no conspiracy, because if they were going to rescue a lot of chickens, then it would take a lot of people and it would probably be a conspiracy. But this was an act of rescue that was thought of at the moment. I mean, it's clear to me, at least that's what it is. And I just wanted to get that in there.
Go ahead. Hold on. Let's round robin it. Go ahead. Annie.
Yeah, excellent points, Lindsay. Indeed, she was trying to show that she's randomly picking out these chickens from, different crates that is denied. I hope the jury has been seeing all the inconsistencies and these animals. Outrageous. But the news that came, I'm so excited with the Waynes and the dogs. This is hopeful that people are starting to see the inconsistencies and not believing the falsified lies that is thrown at them, commercialized and public, brain fogging is not being sold anymore for the most part. And we hope that they see it in the case of Zoe, that she's a rescue hero, nothing less than that.
Okay, well, if you saw, I actually just emailed Wayne to see if he could join us.
Oh my
I don't
gosh.
know, but you never know. You don't know unless you ask, right? Okay, Ellen Dent, your reaction to this huge news.
I'm elated. This is, history in the making. This is the animal rights movement winning. They advocated and they won. DXC advocated and they won. You know, I'm sure PETA may have had something to do with this type of advocacy as well. And it's so great to hear that, that these, animal testing practices are being phased out. I myself have been arrested for speaking out against animal testing and, have gotten a charge for it, but it's something that we need to do. We need to speak for them. Sometimes we take risks. I was not planning on getting arrested, full disclosure, nor was I told that I would actually be arrested to do that. That was, definitely not part of the plan. But so many other activists have been arrested, like Wayne Chung, who, very bravely has been on trial several times, and look at them all out there, speaking up for these other animals. I mean, it looks cold. It's hard. I'm sure it's hard to hold up those big signs as well. Your arms get tired. Trust me, I know from my experience, being at protests like these. These are warriors, and they won, and I, couldn't be more happy. And I hope that Zoe will win today. I hope that she will be found not guilty of doing what is right, what is, innately right. I hope that the jury sees themselves in her, and they make the right decision. Just like whatever powers that be to close down this beagle testing facility. So I couldn't be happier. Thank you.
Wow. Okay. Again, this is from Dane for Dogs. That's the organization that worked with Wayne Chung on this case. And you can see the Dane for Dog group there at the courthouse in Wisconsin protesting in the past. And we've just gotten word, and there's just one of the thousands of dogs that are there, that after a huge court battle and a special prosecutor was appointed to investigate, and also there was some political move to shut it down. Says here, breaking. I am going from Dane for Dogs. So that's the reporting I'm going from. I don't know anything independently, but they're saying the second largest research puppy mill in the country is closing and will no longer be allowed to breed dogs for experimentation. Today, a special prosecutor investigating the embattled beagle experimentation breeder Ridgeland Farms for animal cruelty announced that the puppy mill will close the portion of its facility that breeds beagles to sell them for research. The announcement comes in response to the special prosecutor seeking to charge Ridgeland with felony animal cruelty following years of documented mutilations and other abuse. Ridgeland is the second largest breeder of beagles for experimentation to close in less than 5 years. So, wow, good riddance. This is a 60-year-old business that's finally coming to an end, and we're so glad to have reached this milestone. Again, I invite Ridgeland on at any time. But this is what we're getting from Dane for Dogs. Go ahead, Annie.
Yes, I believe Wayne, if my memory serves me right, he had to appeal. They tried to close this case. They wanted to shut it down, silence it. And he appealed it because he believed in proving that this is wrong. And good, I'm so proud of him and Danes for Dog and PETA and every person here and who follow Unchained TV. Thank you, especially you, Jane, for covering this up. These are historical moments that need to be resonating in people's head. This is about justice. This is about righteousness. This is about compassion. And this is about rights for all living beings that are born free. Freedom is the birthright of every living being. So it's so exciting. Thank you. Back to you, Jane.
And again, this is just happening while we're covering a related trial, and that is the trial of Zoe Rosenberg, who is facing 5 years in prison. The defense is doing its closing argument right now as we speak. We just had a reporter race out and tell us that the prosecutor basically said essentially this was a big publicity stunt. What she did was a big publicity stunt. So I don't know if that's something that I believe. I certainly think that if you listen to her, she's not somebody who would say that she wants to go to prison for 5 years over a publicity stunt. Let's hear from Zoe herself and learn a little bit about Zoe. Right now, the defense is doing their closing argument inside the courthouse. The jury will get this case in less than an hour. So we are counting down. Let's meet Zoe.
My name is Zoe Rosenberg. I am an animal cruelty investigator and animal rescuer with the Grassroots Animal Rights Network, Direct Action Everywhere, and I'm the founder of Happy Hen Animal Sanctuary in San Luis Obispo, California. We just found another chicken on the floor of this farm who is in critical condition. She's collapsed on the ground. She's unable to stand up on her own. You can see the other chickens have kind of run away from me, and she can't even stand up. So we're going to get her out of here as well and get her the veterinary care that she needs so that she can survive instead of slowly dying of dehydration on the floor of this farm where she can't even stand up to reach the water. I'm currently facing 1 felony and misdemeanors and up to 5.5 years in prison. I've been wearing an ankle monitor for over a year. And it's all because I rescued 4 criminally abused chickens. Their names are Poppy, Ivy, Aster, and Azalea.
Okay. I just ran to get some water. Sorry about that, guys. As we continue our day-long live coverage of the Zoe Rosenberg chicken rescue trial, that was the defendant. You just met her, Zoe. And, we just heard that from the reporter who just ran out of court to tell us the prosecutor said it's all a big publicity stunt. Now, she's referring to, the reporter was referring to the prosecutor talking about this. This is what she's charged with, rescuing 4 chickens from here. And, Zoe Rosenberg, who started a chicken rescue sanctuary, at the age of 11 with her veterinarian mother, and who has always talked about her love for animals in general, but chickens in particular, is one of the leaders of the open rescue movement. So let's do a round robin. What are everybody else's thoughts about the prosecutor saying that this was a publicity stunt? How about you, Michael Fujimori? You're the one who is our sort of, if anybody was a juror, it would be you because you've served on many juries. What would your reaction be as a juror, do you think?
Well, Jen, I just want to point out that there's a similarity between the prosecutor that went after Wayne, comparing a beagle to a can or milk or something. Anyway,
actually, the prosecutor compared a pig to a can.
Oh, okay, that was okay. So I always get the
All
trials
right,
mixed
no,
up.
continue on.
Again, but anyway, yeah. And then in this case, in the trial we're talking about now, this prosecutor trying to say that Zoe did this all for publicity. I think it's very similar that a lot of these prosecutors do not understand animal rights. I think that they really don't have a grasp on what we're trying to do and how the public feels about it. So when I'm as a juror, if I heard that, I would be okay. Like you said, this woman's ready to risk 5 years of her life for a publicity stunt. I would not give that any credibility at all, and I can't see any jury that would. I would say that this is a gift that the prosecution is giving to the defense, and we should be celebrating it because I think that's a big blunder on their part.
Huh, interesting. Anybody else have thoughts on that before we move on?
Yeah, any living being being compared to a dented can is outrageous. Anyone who had any experience with chicken, I did, They are no different than our dogs and cats. They're really sweet little beings that adore us. They run to the door when we turn the key. They run to our arms to calm down and settle and nuzzle in our arms. They are living beings. No animal is compared to lifeless dented can. And I am hoping and believing that the jury is seeing this, the public is seeing the falsified agenda that they are putting in front of us, the systematic normalized killing and violence, as Dr. Ross says. We need to change the axis, and that is happening through PCRM, through our heroes, Zoe, Wayne, DXC, PETA, Free From Harm. Oh, Captain Paul Watson. He was in prison 5 months for what? Because he exposed the ugly reality, inconvenient truth of violence against the animals. No animal is deserving of harm. No animal is deserving of torture. And this is being exposed. And I am praying and hoping that they see, the jury is seeing this, and they will
All
come
right.
to conclusion
Thank
with
you.
that. Thank you, Jane.
Okay.
I was just
You know, I you want to get in there?
I was
Paige?
just going to say it's such a great advantage in a sense for the defense that the prosecutor really does not understand animal rights activists, and so he comes from, or she, in it, whatever case it may be, comes from a misconstrued. The first concept is wrong. They don't understand why people are animal rights advocates. Therefore, they can't understand why they would do this rescue other than for publicity. And I think that works for the defense, because I think the jury can see through it by just watching Zoe and the other activists. I think that comes through.
Yeah. Go ahead, Paige.
Well, we hope so. However, they excused the vegans, the vegetarians, and I'm going to say they may have on the jury people who are in the business of this, of exploiting animals without realizing it. You
Were
see
they
what I'm
able to
saying?
do that?
On the side of the industry rather than on the side of animal caring. You know, but if it was able to be presented that you wouldn't want this to happen to your dog or your cat to become food, which happens in other countries, but in America, we don't do that. I mean, we do eat birds. We do eat birds, but we don't eat companion birds for the most part. I mean, okay, wait, hang on, because what? Thanksgiving, right? But, you know, I mean, sanctuaries are taking care of the animals that many people eat. But my point is that we are at a disadvantage with this jury if they excused the ones that have compassion right here on their sleeves, you see.
I see what your point is. And I don't know that anybody said I'm a vegan or vegetarian, but I think it was even, do you know any vegans or vegetarians? Are you friends with any vegan or vegetarians? And you're absolutely right. There are cultures. This is a very sad, horrific. These are dogs being prepared for food. And we fight that as well. And it's so disturbing. But is there, you know, people who are outraged about that and then go ahead and eat pigs who have a higher IQ than dogs and who are considered the fifth most intelligent species on the planet? You know, there's a hypocrisy there. And, you know, you're raising such an important point. Here we are, and I just want to bring everybody up to date. We are on closing argument watch, about to become verdict watch, we think. The closing argument, the defense closing argument is happening at the courthouse. We have a reporter. She just ran out and said, prosecution closing argument is done. They called the whole thing a publicity stunt. She ran back in. Let's hear what the defense's closing argument is going to be. In a couple of minutes, she's going to come out with that. Then the jury gets the case. And we're trying to figure out, well, in our panel coverage of this case, a la Court TV, you know, there's always speculation what's going through the jury's mind. And I will tell you that you never know what's going through the jury's mind. I've used this as an example. Everybody thought the case against Casey Anthony for killing her daughter allegedly was open and shut, and she was found not guilty. So we don't know what's going to happen to Zoe Rosenberg. We don't know what the outcome is going to be, but you're very right, Paige and others, to point out that the jurors themselves, if they eat animals, are obviously, you know, but let's look at it this way. The jury that acquitted Wayne in the piglet rescue trial, they weren't vegans, but a lot of them said that it opened their eyes. And even they did an interview with the jurors after the case and talked to them about why they acquitted Wayne. And some of them said, you know, we're starting to look at our own behavior, and we're starting to take a different look at the bacon and the ham that we eat, and we're starting to think about that. So it was an eye opener for those jurors that acquitted Wayne. Unfortunately, chickens are on a whole new level of inconsideration. They are the most abused animal on the planet, I think we can safely say. Of the total number of the billions of animals that are killed every year, chickens are right at the top. This is 2022, 75 billion, 208 million, 676,000 chickens were killed. And that number has gone up in terms of the annual kill rate for chickens. So there is even less consideration. I've had people say to me, oh, I don't eat meat, I just eat chicken, as if chicken is not like a sentient being. And I never say chicken, chickens, because our language, you know, is to further diminish them as not even sentient beings. So that makes it even more challenging. Okay. I want to welcome Tiffany Brunelli, our law enforcement investigator turned DXE activist, to the panel. And you were the one who texted me the news about Ridgeland dogs, the breaking news that this beagle breeding facility is closing down. A huge victory for animal rights, because the person leading this battle, Wayne Shung, is the co-founder of Direct Action Everywhere, which is the organization the defendant Zoe Rosenberg is a member of. And he was prosecuted in the same county and convicted. And in fact, Zoe was arrested on the very day that Wayne was convicted. She was in a protest march after his conviction, where he was immediately remanded to jail, heading to the sheriff's department to report once again her evidence of alleged animal cruelty. And they called out her name, and she thought, oh, maybe they're coming to get the information. No, they were coming to arrest her, which is exactly what they did. They arrested Zoe Rosenberg on the very day that Wayne was convicted, in an obvious attempt to shut down this movement in Northern California, Sonoma County in particular, to basically expose what's happening in factory farms there. So I want to get your reaction immediately to this huge news of the Ridgeland farms closing down. Tiffany Brunelli, that is really big news. What is your reaction to that news?
Jane, I've just been crying my eyes out. I know Wayne has been posting on X every day, and he's been encouraging people to call and email. So I've been I've been bugging you about that almost every day. And just really, it's like he came out. I know he's been busy going to school, and he's really come out to get the word out about getting to put pressure on the special prosecutor and the DA. So it's just, activism works. I mean, clearly I went to the convergence, which was supposed to be the trial, which the DA pressured the facility pressured the DA to drop the charges at the last minute.
You're talking about Wisconsin.
Yes, sorry.
No, go ahead.
And they dropped the charges at the last minute. The trial was canceled at the last minute, but there was so many people going there for support. They said, let's go ahead. And we had that huge convergence with you can see the dogs, Julie and the other dogs they rescued, I think. So this has been a long time coming, but it really feels like if we couldn't do this for dogs, then what chance do we have? But now that we're doing this for dogs, I think that maybe, we'll start to move on to other species.
And you're raising an important question that when Wayne initially, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's been a while, but when Wayne initially went into this beagle breeding facility and recorded this. There's a lot of videotape. This is just one photo, and this is part of the campaign there in Wisconsin. He was initially charged. He was initially arrested, and he was going to go on trial for going in there and documenting what was going on. And then they dropped the charges, and they thought, well, he'll just be happy to not be charged and we'll get rid of him. And he turned around and said, no, I'm going to take this whole issue of what's happening to these beagles to court. And that's when he got together with Dane for Dogs, and they went into court. Unshade TV was actually the pool camera. I'll try to pull that up. And they argued successfully for a special prosecutor. And I think I can pull it up. Hold on. Let's go to the court drama. And I want to see if it's the one where we're in court. Yes, here we go. I'm going to just show you. You're seeing this as it happens. I'm going to share my screen and show you the Beagle court drama that has just resulted now in this facility being closed down.
This is Unchained TV.
Hearing in which two whistleblowers reportedly may take the stand. This is truly history in the making. This is a court in Madison, Wisconsin. To give you a little backstory as we begin, at the heart of all this are dogs, beagles, 3,200 beagles. Now, this man, Wayne Shung, went in 2017 and documented what was happening to the beagles in this laboratory beagle breeding facility. And initially, he was charged. And this is breaking news. We are live inside a courtroom in Madison, Wisconsin. He was initially charged along with two other people with felonies. They could have landed him 16 years behind bars. At the 11th hour before trial was set to start, the state suddenly dropped all the charges against him. He was not content, however. Wayne Shung, one of the nation's leading animal advocates, decided to go into court and demand a special prosecutor be appointed in order to investigate this corporation for criminal violations. And so now this evidentiary hearing is beginning in Madison, Wisconsin, and we're going to listen in. We are live inside the courtroom. Let's go to the court and let's listen in.
About behavior and in particular the psychological stress of the dogs that live in farms. And after that, we have two expert veterinarians. The first is Dr. Lowell Wickman, who is a Wisconsin veterinarian, who will testify based on his expertise about the health of the dogs, the injuries to dogs, and in particular, the application of Wisconsin standards. And then finally, we'll be calling Dr. Rosenberg, also an expert veterinarian, who's testified in a number of legislative and judicial proceedings, who will look at the videos and the photos that we admitted earlier and opine about the health and the state of the dogs. And then we hope at the end we can offer some brief closing remarks just to tie all that together.
Thank you. I think you may proceed with your first witness.
Petitioners would call Wayne Shung.
Mr. Shung, please come forward and be sworn.
You swear or affirm this testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Yeah.
Thank you. Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Wayne, W-A-Y-N-E, Hansen, H-A-N-E-N, Shung, H as in Henry, S as in Sam, I-U-N-G.
Mr. Shum, what is your educational background?
So I have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree from the University of Chicago. I began a PhD program at MIT in economics, and then went on leave from that PhD program to complete my JD from the University of Chicago, and then proceeded from there to joining the faculty in Northwestern School of Law. To move on site probably around 11:30 p.m. I don't recall the exact time, but it was probably around 11:30 p.m. to kind of visit the site pursuant to what we believed was concrete evidence that there was animal cruelty unfolding at the facility.
When did you enter the farm?
So I believe, and I should have checked the exact day, but I actually now not remember. I believe it was April 17th, 2017.
If a special prosecutor is appointed, and if this company is prosecuted, and if the dogs are seized and taken away, there's about 3,000 of them, we can place them in homes. That's been done with other facilities, with help from HSUS and other organizations. And we can get these dogs homes and their lives can be rebuilt.
So I just gave you a little taste of that hearing. And she actually just answered an incredible question that I had, was what's going to happen to these dogs now? Because when I heard that this facility is closing, the first thing I thought of is what's going to happen to the dogs. And you just heard her say that they are going to be able to place those dogs. But what you just watched happened, I forget how long ago. How long ago was that? Hold on, let me get you unmuted. Go ahead.
Jane, I think it was exactly about 1 year ago.
It was a year ago, and look how the tide has turned. This man, Wayne Shung, and you heard him say he is, honestly, I think Wayne Shung is a genius. He is a constitutional law professor, and he is an animal activist. But when you get your stereotype of animal activist, you don't think of scholars and constitutional law professors. And he has been arrested, prosecuted, convicted, and risked arrest numerous times. In this case, in the case of the Beagles, he went in there, he documented, and you saw some of the videotape. They arrested him. They tried to prosecute him. Then they suddenly dropped the charges against him. And instead of just going home and saying, "Whoo, I didn't get prosecuted," he could have done a long time behind bars. He turns around and goes back into court with Dane for Dogs and gets in there and gets a hearing where they testify about what's happening to these dogs. There were people testifying. And you know what? One of the witnesses for Wayne Shung's side was the mother of Zoe Rosenberg, veterinarian Kirsten Rosenberg. So these cases are all very, very intertwined, Paige Parsons Roach.
Yeah, you caught me trying to have a little nibble because we've been here for quite some time now, 2.5 hours we're committed to this. So we're fitting in when we can, our bio breaks and our food and everything. But here's the thing, the intertwining of the protection. And the thing of it is this is an opportunity for change. And we just saw in real time, real change for the animals, the dogs. So let me say that. And when you brought up the pig rescue and the turn of events that happened with that, this could very well happen with Zoe. We're talking about a 23-year-old who is on the stand being judged about her choice to rescue. And the question becomes, it's not really a choice because she's being prosecuted. So that's what I got to say there, Jane. Back to you.
Yeah. And one of the reasons why the prosecution in the Zoe Rosenberg case, and again, if you're just joining us, closing arguments are underway right now. In about a half an hour, the defense will rest and finish their closing argument. The prosecution is going to come back with a real quick, and then the jury's going to get their case. We have a reporter at the scene. We have people in court. The second it happens, they're racing out court to bring us the very latest. But while we had committed to being live all day today, which is what we're doing, and we thought, well, yeah, because we want to know what were the closing arguments like. We want to know that the case is going to the jury. And so while we're here, an extraordinary thing happened. Breaking news, which is that a related case, because these cases are all intertwined, happening in Wisconsin, a similar animal rights entering a facility. In the case of the Wisconsin case, it was a laboratory breeding facility for dogs, and there was a huge breakthrough. And basically now that facility, that laboratory breeding facility for beagles, is going to shut down, according to Dane for Dogs. So he's in class. Wayne just texted me, I'm sorry, I'm in class for the next 1.5 hours. Well, when you get free, we'll probably still be live. So please join us. We will probably still be live. So please join us if you can. And that's what I'm going to say to him. And he, look at that. This guy, okay, he's in class. This is a man who's already a constitutional law professor. What is he learning? And so I got the message from Tiffany Brunelli here, former law enforcement investigator turned direct action everywhere member, that, oh my God, this breaking news is happening. And I'm like, what are the chances? We were wondering when we committed to go live all day today, well, would we have anything to talk about? Of course, I've never run out of things to talk about. It's been pointed out to me. But the point is that this is big breaking news. This is a breakthrough. This related case going on in Wisconsin, where they said they're going to close this facility. I mean, that's huge. And Tiffany, going back to you, you had been very worried. The hearing we watched, okay, that hearing where Wayne Chung testified, the judge heard all the testimony, including allegations that dogs' spinal cords were being severed without, not spinal cords, dogs' vocal cords were being severed without anesthesia, and other painful experiments done by non-veterinarians purportedly without anesthesia. We invite the company on anytime. That after hearing that judge appointed a special prosecutor, and the special prosecutor was to investigate the goings-on at this beagle breeding facility, apparently the second largest in the nation, breeding beagles for painful laboratory experimentation. Now, there wasn't a lot of optimism. So I want you to take us through it a little bit, because I had talked to you a couple of days ago and you were like, I don't think it doesn't look so good.
Yeah, he seemed very concerned. He called an emergency meeting a couple nights ago, and he started posting on X, Twitter. He said, I'm going to post about the dogs every day. He gave a list of places to call, the DA, the special prosecutor, with emails and phone numbers. And he's really been on a campaign to get people to give this some more attention, a little push that he thought the DA or the special prosecutor might need. And then last week, I believe, they had some kind of county board of supervisors meeting, and I think it was 30-5 in favor of shutting it down. So they didn't have the authority to actually shut it down at that point, but that would put more pressure on the DA and the special prosecutor. I know Wayne was very concerned. And I just want to add, too, that this facility has been open since 1966. So that's a lot of, and I do want to add, too, I won't mention any names, but the largest dog breeding facility is still open. It's larger than Ridgeland Farms and in Vigo. And I know that they're probably watching this very closely, and they're probably a little bit concerned today.
Well, the world is changing, and it is time that we enter the 21st century. I mean, the spectacular number of completely idiotic experiments that are done on dogs, on mice, on beagles, on primates is out of control. And right now we're covering a battle in Bainbridge, Georgia, to stop a massive laboratory monkey breeding facility there that would have more monkeys in it than the population of the town. And a documentary was just done on it. Unchained TV has covered it repeatedly. The people in Bainbridge, Georgia are outraged. And one of the good things is it's brought everybody together. You know, we live in divisive times, but in this town, Bainbridge, Georgia, which is a small town in Georgia where they want to build this giant, massive laboratory monkey breeding facility, everybody has come together to oppose it. Republicans, Democrats, liberals, conservative, young, old, black, white, everybody has united as a town. And when I interviewed people, they said the amazing miracle of this horror that they're all trying to stop is that it's brought everybody in the town together. All their differences have melted in the face of this horror that they're fighting. And it brings tears to my eyes. And it's the same thing here. I mean, everybody in our movement, we are from so many different places, ethnicities, and backgrounds. But what we have is a light bulb's gone off and we're like, why are we eating these animals? And that's really at the heart of it. At the heart of this is a consumer issue. This is why I'm concerned about the jury in Sonoma County, which is a heavily agricultural area. There's no vegans on that panel, no vegan jurors, no vegetarian jurors, to my understanding. So there is an inherent bias toward consumption of animals. So what they have to look at is there any nice way to kill these animals? Is there any nice way to kill any animal who doesn't want to die? And
Hey,
I'll go
Jane.
out to Paige Parsons Roach.
I want to say something because this has come up for me multiple times in conversations with people. I remember when I was younger, there was a campaign against veal, baby cows, and you would not be caught eating baby cows veal. You would not be caught eating veal. It wasn't even called baby cows, but on purpose, the animals that are exploited and put into packaging is called poultry. It's called beef. It's called pork. It's not called baby chickens, baby cows, or baby pigs on purpose. So the veal, those against veal did a darn good job because there is a large section of the population that if you ask them, would you buy and eat veal? There's a huge population that will say, oh God, no. But if you say, will you eat, beef? And they'll say, yeah, of course. So a lot of people just don't know that, again, many of these animals are babies when they are put onto the plate. People don't realize that. But my point is, oh wait, you're on mute. But my point is, Jane, is I think, again, if we can change the minds, educate those that don't know that they are eating babies and that they are eating animals that are sentient beings. That's what I wanted to say.
All right. Pigs are generally 6 months old when they're killed. Look at the expression of that pig. I mean, come on, the way they've been raised and then transported. And, this is called and we want to give a shout out to the Animal Save movement. The Animal Save movement was based on the philosophy of Leo Tolstoy. And Leo Tolstoy said, when you see suffering, you have a moral obligation not to turn away, certainly not to pretend it's not happening, but to get closer, see if you can help. And even if you cannot help, to bear witness. And that is the basis of the Save movement, where vigils occur all over the world. These were captured when I was at a Save vigil at a pig slaughterhouse in downtown LA, and you're never the same. And so, I invited a lot of people to come with me to the Save Movement vigils in downtown LA and see the pigs. And they turned me down. Let's be real. People don't want to know. They don't want to know. And the reason they don't want to know is they want to keep doing what they're doing. They don't want to have to change their habits. So it's even worse with chickens. I mean, there's such prejudice in society against chickens. They are literally, we have a video, and I could probably play it on Unchained TV, our global streaming network for the plant-based lifestyle, called Not a Nugget, because these animals have been reduced to mere nuggets. And that's what we're fighting here. So I think that, you talked about, well, maybe the same thing will happen when Wayne was acquitted in the piglet rescue trial. And that was, I believe, in Utah. There he is taking those pigs out. And by the way, there was a lot of coverage of it. Spy cams show what the pork industry tries to hide. Here was another one in the New York Times. Animal welfare groups have a new tool, virtual reality, because they went in there with 360 cameras. And the reason they did that is that quite often the agricultural facility will say, oh, that video was taken out of context. That's not the way it is. They just found one little spot. So they went in with 360 cameras. And they ended up in the New York Times. That's how brilliant Wayne Shung is, the way he's able to devise these things. But the point is that that's pigs. And then we had a big victory with dogs. But what about chickens? Let's round robin it, starting with Lindsay Baker.
Yeah, I just before wanted to make the comment that the one thing that we're not thinking about, that perhaps some of the jurors, let's not assume that they're not smart enough to think about their health. Because when they see these sick animals, they have to think about the fact that this is what they're eating. I mean, it just makes sense that people are starting to wonder, just like the animal testing. I had the opportunity to interview on my podcast Lisa Jones-Engel, who is a scientist for PETA. And she told us how any testing on animals is not good science. The scientists are objecting. Now there's the reason that it continues is political and other, lobbyists, etc. I would say that's my opinion, but it's not working because these animals are under stress. They're sick, they're diseased. So again, not benefiting the public. And if the public, we have to bring that out too. For the people that are, like Paige was saying, well, they're not vegans, they don't have that empathy, but they have empathy and common sense for their own health. And I think we need to keep bringing that point home as well.
Yes, and I would like to try to show you, but I'm not sure I can, and I certainly don't want to disconnect us in the process. By the way, just so you know, what we're doing essentially is replicating the Court TV format, which has also been used. And I worked at Court TV. I worked at CNN Headline News. It's used on CNN Headline News. It's used to cover a lot of trials. We're covering trials the same way, but we're doing it on a computer. With cell phones and with laptops, as opposed to, multi-million-dollar budget. So what we are doing is using technology to try to show you things. There's your little kitten. Is that a kitten? Yes, there you go. To try to show you, what's happening in this movement and do what the mainstream media should be doing. This is an historic trial. Now, while we applaud, for example, The Guardian for going live, they went, doing an article. Here's The Guardian's article. And San Francisco Chronicle also did an article. We applaud that. But there should be live cameras covering this trial every single day. And they're not. We, Unchained TV, is the only news organization. We're a 501c3 nonprofit, by the way, in case you want to donate. That is covering this trial every day. We've done more than 25 hours of programming already on this trial, 25 hours. And we do it on a shoestring because we use computers. So it's tricky sometimes. The trickiest part, just to take you behind the screen, is to show other stuff happening on on my laptop. So I'm going to see if I can do this, and I think I can. I want to show you this. This is Veg Media Watch. This is the latest effort to counteract the mainstream media's assault on the plant-based lifestyle. So once Beyond Meat became the most successful initial public offering back in 2019, it launched as a very successful initial public offering. Beyond Meat, the stock skyrocketed. The meat industry declared war on veganism. They said, oh my God, if people realize they can eat veggie burgers instead of meat burgers, we're done. And so they launched a multi-million-dollar campaign. They have something called Masters in Beef Advocacy, churning out thousands of social media people promoting meat. They coined terms like soy boy, trying to say that eating plant-based is effeminate. Well, after two or 3 years, well, actually it started in 2019, but after several years of watching this, our movement has decided to start fighting back. So we've created, not me personally, but I'm one of the supporters of this organization, nonprofit Veg. It's not an official nonprofit, but it's certainly a nonprofit campaign, Veg Media Watch. Go on X and follow it, because every time a hit piece is written by mainstream media denigrating veganism and writing slanted stories, it's posted on Veg Media Watch, and you can share and you can comment. And I'll tell you what, the writers and their bosses watch this, because journalists use X a lot. So I'm going to take it out now, but I'm urging everybody, write down Veg Media Watch, go on X, and just retweet and comment, because it's a very effective way. I can tell you from having been a reporter for many years, reporters do not like to be accused of bad reporting in a public forum, because it can threaten their job security. So politically, newsrooms are very political, and there's always somebody out to get your job. And your boss may have a friend that they want to hire. So it's not job security to get criticized. So they don't like it. And we've seen evidence that a lot of the reporters watch this feed and they do comment. They've responded and they've tried to defend themselves. But they also, Veg Media Watch also compliments fair pieces. But there is a media war against the plant-based lifestyle. So that's another thing that we are dealing with. It's basically, they realized when Beyond Meat was so successful that, oh my God, if people realize they don't need to eat meat, we're done. And the truth is that, as people have mentioned, a leading cause, some say even the leading cause, it's a very big issue. So it depends on how you calculate it. When you start calculating it, animal agriculture is arguably one of the leading causes of climate change. So for all those reasons, we should be transitioning to a plant-based lifestyle, as opposed to prosecuting people who are trying to say, hey, we need to look at what's happening behind the closed doors of animal agriculture. But here's a headline that says it all. You're more likely to go to prison for exposing animal cruelty than for committing it. Okay? And this was about the trial of Wayne Shung, and he was convicted, and he did a short period of time behind bars. And when he was released, he was told that he could not have any contact with his co-conspirators, who are his friends. So that's one reason why he's not at that trial, the trial of Zoe Rosenberg that's happening right now that we're covering, because those are his friends. So you can see how they're trying to shut down this movement. I mean, it's pretty obvious. And let's round robin it. I see you have a co-host there. Annie, we'll start with you.
Yes, I have my co-host. I believe dogs and cats are the liaison for us to realize that pigs are pink puppies, for example. Cows are grass puppies, and chickens are the tiny puppies. So are the turkeys. Every life, dolphins, whales, every life. Now scientists are saying they feel, they think, they process pain, and they do not want to be hurt. And they have a mind of their own. She decides what she wants to do. That means they have a processing system going on. So we have to understand that respecting life, all life is essential. And as Dr. Silas Shroud with Climate Healer says, we need to end the systems of normalized violence. And this case with the Ridgeland Farms gives me hope for that. And I surely look forward to this right to rescue case with our beautiful Zoe Rosenberg with the 4 chickens will achieve this as well. And I appreciate everybody, everyone that is tuning in. And thank you, Jane, for covering up all these trials. Kudos to you. You are the hero, the voice of all
It's
animals.
okay.
Thank you.
It's a team effort. We're all
Thank
doing our
you.
part. Everybody here is sacrificing to be here, but I consider it a privilege to be covering this. You know, I was a reporter for 37 years mainstream. I worked at CNN, I worked at Court TV, I worked at Warner Brothers, I worked at Disney, I worked at CBS. I feel that this is really important. And considering that animal agriculture is a leading cause of climate change, just for example, the idea that animal agriculture as an institution, industrialized animal agriculture, is being challenged, it's a big story. And let's face it, at the heart of the prosecution's case is this is food. They even said that food processors cannot be held accountable for animal cruelty. They said that in one of their examinations or to the judge. So they're essentially saying we get a free pass. This industry gets a free pass because it's food. But the truth is that none of us eat animals and we're doing just fine. Take it away, Paige.
If I can,
Oh, sorry, Annie.
I wanted to throw in also Lindsay Baker. I want to say with Unchained, everybody tune in with her too. She does an incredible. Thank you so much. Sorry, Paige.
Oh gosh, no, it's okay. I was just gonna say, good points. And I was saying to myself, baloney, but I was thinking vegan baloney, plant-based baloney. But the point is that we are so indoctrinated to just look at animals as food. Certain animals, though, right? Certain animals, chickens, turkeys, pigs, cows, what other animals? Those fish, okay? All sentient beings. And you're telling me, wait, did you just say that the farmers get a pass? Wait, what? Or the processors, the slaughterhouses are given a pass for cruelty? Wait, I thought that there was decisions in place or mandates in place that are not necessarily being sanctioned or policed. Aren't there sanctions in place about humanity for animals? I thought that was the case. Are you telling me that it's thrown out in this situation? What?
You're raising a very good point. There are animal cruelty laws on the books. And it's not just Prop 12 or Prop 2. There are animal cruelty laws. But what law enforcement is saying is that none of those animal cruelty laws apply to farmed animals, who are the most animals. As much as I love my dogs, and I'll probably bring the second one who's getting jealous up in a second, dogs are not the majority of animals. The majority of animals are fish and farmed animals. In fact, you could say that we've turned our planet into planet slaughterhouse. We've reduced wildlife to just about 4% of total mammal biomass, just 4% of total mammal biomass, while we've increased livestock to more than 60% of total mammal biomass. That means most of the living creatures on our planet, aside from insects, are animals produced artificially to be slaughtered for food. And it's all 100% unnecessary. All of us do not eat animals, okay? And look at us. We look just like the others, okay? You can't tell. You can't tell somebody's a vegan. You have to ask them because you can't tell. Except that maybe statistically, if you see places like the Game Changers and the China study, we're on average healthier than the general population.
Yeah, I just want to mention real quick, though, that we have been growing for the people here on the panel. We are growing. The audience keeps getting bigger and bigger. And, as the time's going on, we're getting more people coming on. So everyone, please, please, please share this out. Because of all of you that are on right now, just share it out to a couple of people. Imagine how many people this will reach. And this is such an important message. And if you're not following Unchained TV, you have to download the app, watch.unchainedtv.com. I just wanted to say that. And I'm encouraged. I try to always take the positive view because I really believe that our thoughts are things. And I know that's my own philosophy, but I really think that we create our reality. And we are creating a world that is going down the tubes. Young people are afraid that there's not going to be a place to live on the earth when they're grown, into their adulthood, and that they're not going to be able to have children or sustain, a healthy life for their children. So these are issues that are coming to a head, and we're just catalysts right now coming from this angle. But I believe that animal agriculture and these other animal abuse, animal exploitation venues better watch out, because other people are becoming aware, and others coming from other angles are going to be coming after you. That's me saying that.
Well, yeah, I mean, we are under attack.
Yes.
Because there's a lot of money at stake. When you look at your television set, do you see a lot of commercials for apples or carrots or spinach? No, you see commercials for fast food and pharmaceuticals. In fact, I am struck by the number of drug commercials I see. It's almost like, is everybody sick? And then you hear these side effects, suicidal ideation, extreme diarrhea, but I don't know. I can't even eat dinner while I'm watching the news, which I try to watch because of the commercials. I have to mute them. And I'm always going, no, stop. Because they're talking about side effects, and they're talking about all these horrible gastrointestinal problems. And I'm like, is everybody in this country sick? Yes, 2/3 of Americans are overweight or obese. We've got a health crisis in this country, and the food people are eating is the reason why. They're torturing all these animals in laboratories. The USDA has all these research facilities where they're torturing animals to figure out what's happening with the food system. Duh. Just look at what people are eating. Fast food. It's meat and dairy and sugar. And you wonder why people are sick. And yet that's right there in their face. And all the media can do is attack veganism. And it was the meat industry that came out and made this whole thing about, veggie burgers are ultra processed. You know what's processed? Processed meat. And you know what processed meat is? Cancer causing. Do they ever mention this in any of the articles? No. Paige?
Exactly. And we're just feeding people these lies over and over, not us. I mean, we're doing our best. We're fighting an uphill battle of publicity against plant-based, against healthy food, against supporting the farmers in transitioning to a more sustainable product. Okay. And the more and more this is pushed, because it is pushed. I mean, you drive in your car or you get on a bus or whatever transportation you're walking, and you look up and you see the billboards, it ain't for vegetables. I'm going to tell you that right now. It's not for fruits, nuts, grains, tofu, and so forth. We're being told that the soy is horrible for the planet. Well, that soy is the one that's being fed to farm animals. Again, the only reason why I know this is because I didn't know this. And when it was pointed out to me, I went, wait, what? I am going to do as much research as possible to get as much information and do my darndest to get this information out to people, because closing arguments are wrapping up now. Ooh, this is
well, they're
exciting.
wrapping up now because, yes, each side has an hour, and the hour is just about up. We know about an hour ago, the reporter came out and said the prosecution's closing argument ended. Now the defense is set to begin. So I would say any minute now, she's going to run out and tell us that the jury has this case. And for those who are just joining us, We're talking about the case of Zoe Rosenberg. She's an animal rights activist, an animal cruelty investigator who faces half a decade behind bars for rescuing 4 chickens from a slaughter truck back in 2023. This is the video of her doing that rescue at Purdue's Petaluma Poultry. She's opening this crate and removing what she said were very sick chickens, whom she named Poppy, Ivy, Aster, and Azalea. It's taken years for this trial to start. She was forced to wear an ankle monitor for more than 20 months leading up to the trial, and she could face half a decade behind bars. But what it's also done is, to a certain degree, put animal agriculture on trial, sparking news coverage regarding the treatment and conditions of animals in industrialized animal agriculture. And the company is invited on anytime, but look, you can see with your own eyes what's going on there. We've invite the company to join us at any time. We would love that. We would love to dialogue. And there you have it. This is the chicken rescue trial. It's a momentous juncture right now because they're just wrapping up their closing arguments, and the jury is going to start deliberating as soon as they get the closing arguments. And we're going to follow it to the conclusion today. And we will obviously bring you this verdict when it happens, whenever it happens. So it's extremely exciting. While we were on, it turns out that we had another huge piece of breaking news that is a major and connected to the Zoe Rosenberg trial. And the breaking news is that the founder of Direct Action Everywhere, the co-founder, Wayne Shung, who was also prosecuted in this very same county and sentenced to jail. He is a constitutional law professor. In fact, Zoe was arrested on the very day that Wayne was sentenced and remanded to jail. And she was going to the sheriff's department to hand in more evidence of what she said is criminal animal cruelty. And they grabbed her and they arrested her. So that man, Wayne Shung, has also been fighting a battle in Wisconsin against a beagle breeding facility. And he went in there and videotaped what was happening to these beagles. They arrested him. They were about to put him on trial when they suddenly decided, let's just drop the case. And they thought maybe Wayne would go away, but they don't know Wayne Shung. He turned around and he took them to court. He took the company to court and got a special prosecutor appointed. And just today, well, I'll let Tiffany Brunelli, who's been very, very involved in this case, give us the breaking news. What happened, Tiffany? Hold on, let me unmute you. Go ahead.
Yeah, just watching your little clip, I get teary-eyed. I was there in Wisconsin for that big convergence when actually we were headed out there for court support for Wayne and Paul and another member of DXC that had went in and rescued these 3 beagles. This is the first time I think that video footage had ever gotten out into the news media and the public. They had rescued 3 beagles. I believe this was in 2017. He wasn't going, it didn't reach to the court. It didn't make it to the court. He was finally charged, I think, several years later, a couple years ago. And everyone was headed out there. And just a couple days before he was supposed to be tried for this rescuing these 3 beagles.
You lost her. Go ahead. Wait, you're back? Are you back?
Okay.
Yeah, you're back. Okay.
These 3 beagles, the DA dropped the charges from pressure from Ridgeland Farms. They supposedly claimed they were getting death threats and they wanted the charges dropped. So Wayne said, wait a second, I'm not done yet. He delivered a huge deposition. I think it was over 100 pages long. He got it into court. He got his day in court to say, wait, I'm not done. I want to show what's going on with these dogs, and I want a special prosecutor to look into it. And finally, about a year ago, he had his day in court. He presented his case. The judge sided with him. a special prosecutor was assigned, and now we just heard the breaking news that these dogs are hopefully going to be free very soon. It's been a long time coming. This facility has been in operation for almost 60 years.
And Dane for Dogs is reporting, I don't have independent confirmation of it, but Dane for Dogs is reporting that the facility is going to close down. And there's something like 3,000 beagles, and those beagles are going to be adopted out. And you heard an attorney for Wayne's side saying that they will work to get those dogs adopted out. So this is huge breaking news. And I don't think it's an accident that as we're here going live all day waiting, somebody upstairs said, well, we're going to give these folks something to talk about. Not that we don't. Are you crying, Lindsay Baker? Unmute.
No, it's just really moving because I'm seeing history in the making here. And it's just like all the other civil rights movements, all the other movements for compassion. Compassion is the master key for the future. As a society, we have to become kinder. And the younger people know this. It's the older folks, my generation, and a couple generations beyond me that need to kind of get up to speed because the young folks know about it, I think.
Well, yes and no. I mean, a lot of the social media influencers that have been hired by the animal agriculture industry or trained by the animal agriculture industry are going out there and saying, be a real man, you got to eat animals. So it's a culture war. We are seeing that absolutely. And, you know, companies are getting caught up in it. We know that just, I think it was 2 days ago, and you were there, Tiffany. We're going to play this and let you tell us about this. This is connected to the Zoe Rosenberg case because Trader Joe's, which is invited on any time, sells chickens from the Petaluma Poultry facility that's at the heart of this case, from which Zoe rescued animals and where she was doing her investigation.
My life is important to me!
My life is important to me!
As a chicken!
As a chicken!
It's time to listen to my screams!
It's time to listen to my screams!
I deserve to be understood!
I deserve to be understood!
Simply because I exist!
Simply because I exist!
Simply because I suffer!
Simply because I suffer!
This is my world too!
This is my world too!
We are all connected!
We are all connected!
Today I'm breaking the status quo!
Today I'm changing the status quo!
Not selling it.
Chickens have the right!
Be exploited by humans!
Do not be exploited by humans!
Do not be property of humans!
Do not be property of humans!
Chickens have the right!
Chickens have the right!
To be rescued from these situations!
To be rescued from these situations!
To a protected habitat!
To a protected habitat!
Chickens have the right to be free!
Chickens have the right to be free!
Free to be the animals they are born to be!
Free to be the animals they are born to be!
So you were there. We caught you in the video. Tell us, what was the react? First of all, I want to point out that Trader Joe's is suing Direct Action Everywhere. And this lawsuit filed July 3rd accuses DXE members of trespassing and disrupting businesses by chanting and even removing chicken products from carts. DXE is targeting products from Petaluma Poultry, alleging animal cruelty. The trial starts on December 2nd. A lot of trials. And we invite Trader Joe's on anytime to respond. But tell us, what was that like, Tiffany? And what was the reaction of the shoppers?
Well, it was, you know, it's almost Halloween. So we have a chicken there. The kids were looking, everyone was coming over to see what was going on. So it was really exciting. And we set up right in front of you know how Trader Joe's has the pumpkins outside and the flowers. We were right alongside of that, and we had a huge TV with an anti-glare screen that we were able to set up on the sidewalk right in front of the pumpkins. So anytime the kids came over or families to get a pumpkin, they see that screen. And then we had this amazing young activist who said, I'm going to dress up as a chicken and I'm going to write this speak out. And it was just, and I want to thank David Bailey, another amazing activist who thought to film it. And it was so powerful. It was very powerful. And we had a rescue chicken there. Her name is Hope. She was rescued from a factory farm, and she just turned 6 years old, which is unheard of because the way they're genetically modified, she's overweight. They're just overweight. She should not be that heavy. That's just the way they're modified. So they don't use, even in the best of circumstances, they don't live up to be 6 years old. But she was there to support us. We had over 20 activists there. We had the group that's been protesting for 2 years at the zoo to try and get the elephants Billy and Tina to a sanctuary. They've since been shipped off to another zoo, but they came out to support us. And it was an excellent, very moving demonstration.
Wow. Well, we've got breaking news just in. It's unbelievable how much breaking news is happening right now. I've been trying to get it onto our screen, but suffice it to say that I might have to just show it to you on my phone. Here we go. I'm going to put myself here. So, monkeys have a truck has overturned carrying laboratory monkeys, and the monkeys have reportedly escaped. Truck hauling aggressive monkeys carrying herpes and COVID overturns in Mississippi. This is a breaking news happening right now. According to WLPT3, a truck hauling aggressive monkeys has overturned in Mississippi. According to authorities, the rhesus monkeys were on their way to a testing facility in Florida after being at Tulane University. The monkeys are 40 pounds and aggressive. Wouldn't you be if you were stuck in a cage, ripped away from your family in some foreign country and stuck in a cage? The monkeys are 40 pounds and aggressive. They're also carrying hepatitis C, herpes, and COVID. I want to thank Lindsay Baker for breaking that story. Lindsay, what's your reaction?
I mean, this is just monumental. See, again, what I was just saying. Somebody up there is saying you guys are doing the right thing here, and we are going to get the support. So everyone out there, this is three breaking stories. I mean, you guys have to send this out to all your friends. Please share this out. And as far as the monkeys, I mean, again, back to the interviews I've done, and I know, Jane, you've done a lot with Lisa Jones Engels, the doctor for scientist for PETA, who is an amazing person. You should go back and watch the stories on her on Unchained TV. She has told us how dangerous it is. Monkeys that aren't even known to be sick. A woman got spittle on her face from a monkey that actually it made a sound, caw, which is how they say hey or hello. And she could have been infected with tuberculosis. These are monkeys that are diseased. And suddenly in the middle of all these other cases that are breaking, this happens. It can't be an accident. I'm sorry.
Well, here we go. And I'm going to try to make it full screen here. You could see that this is just happening now. Truck that was carrying aggressive monkeys overturned in Mississippi. This is an Instagram story. It says 50 near Interstate 59. Oh, I think we can play. Let's play this. Let's see what it's. Nope, it's not playing, but it's showing the monkeys. Dear God, local authorities reported the monkeys are aggressive and initially claimed they carried hepatitis C, herpes, and COVID-19. Oh, according to the sheriff's department, all but one of the escaped monkeys were destroyed or recaptured. Meanwhile, Tulane University stated the primates in question were not infectious and belonged to another entity. Authorities, including the Mississippi Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Park, continue to coordinate the search for the remaining monkeys and to secure the scene. So what is our society's response? Instead of realizing that this is a horrible industry that needs to be shut down, they kill the monkeys or recapture them. This is why we are Planet Slaughterhouse. Oh my God. I mean, Paige, what's your reaction? If you could unmute yourself.
I'm thinking back to some cows that escaped. I'm thinking back to that were brought to a sanctuary. I'm thinking back to the woman who a cow wandered onto her sanctuary and she was, had to deal with law enforcement that she didn't. I don't know what happened there. It was just depressing AF. And how have we become this society? I'm thinking of Jane Goodall, who just passed away. Like I'm sad, but I'm angry too. And I'm motivated. Like exactly, David Bailey, aggressive. Well, you're testing on them. My God, taken from their homes. We'd be pissed off too if we were being ripped from our homes. And well, there's a lot going on with our government.
I'm trying to bring the breaking news. I don't know how successful I'm going to be, but we're going to see what's happening here. We'll play it for a second, and if it doesn't work,
Jane.
What?
It's just hard to be calm.
It is hard to be calm, but let's see what's happening here. Hold on.
Many heartbreaking stories and photos of animals in laboratories in the recent weeks, and each one shows just how important it is to end animal testing now. That's why I'd like to urge you to make a gift supporting PETA's vital work to free animals from laboratory cages. Please help us take advantage of these critical matching funds before the October 31st deadline. Animals just like my friend Lulu and Flossie here are suffering in labs right now and are hoping for a kind person just like you to help them. Thank you.
So I thought they were going to also have, yes, they do amazing work. But here it is. Okay. This is supposedly the monkeys.
Oh my God.
Courtesy WAPT News. This is the overturned truck with the monkeys. There it is. Look at that monkey in the grass. And they're going to kill these animals when they catch them. And they don't even say the word kill. They say destroyed. Imagine how terrified these monkeys are. Honestly, I am embarrassed to be a member of the human race. I really am. I don't even. Hold on. Let me get rid of this. Okay. Police chase. That's what the news media loves. Police
and the
chase.
thing of it is, they justify by calling them aggressive. Those are not aggressive monkeys, but they just got overturned on a freaking truck. Of course, they're going to be like scrambling or stunned.
Plus, they're sick. I mean, they're infected with, diseases, hepatitis and AIDS. Did they say? I mean,
they denied that. The university denied that. We invite the university on anytime they can give their side. Why were you crying?
Because I know the university. This was the field of my study. Animals are seen as subjects. They're not seen as living beings that have emotions, suffer. Imagine these were kids that were being kidnapped or dogs. Would we go and shoot them and murder them when they want to find their freedom? We've kidnapped them from their families, from their homes, caged them up. We inject them with diseases, and we take everything, every basic thing, including their food and water, away from them. And then we turn around and call them aggressive. I would call it frustrated, overwhelmed, needing the freedom. But this language needs to change. Shame on those who call these animals aggressive. If they were in their position, put yourselves in their position. What would you be feeling? I didn't want to participate in animal abuse, animal experiment. And that is the field of psychology. They rely heavily on getting the money, and they do not consider animals as anything but subject of their testing. And that's what they are considered, no living being. These animals feel, they cry, they beg, they put their hands out. Bridges, that baby that they sawed their eyes off. I mean, the horrors that they do to every animal. We need to stop torturing animals. We need to stop using and abusing animals. We need to stop the systems of normalized violence that we practice. It's time, human race, it's time for us to stop this. We need to all get on board. This is outrageous.
All right, thank you, Annie. Thank you. Go ahead. I'm almost speechless. I mean,
I just wanted to say thank you to Mike Schrader for sharing that with me, or we would have not seen that story. So thank you. He's one of our viewers.
yes, and he's here saying that poor baby looked terrified. Mike Schroeder, thank you so much. Yeah, we rely on our viewers to share this out, share this video out. I mean, so much history being made today, good news and bad news. And it's depressing. You know, sometimes I wonder how much can I take of this horror? But, you know, I'm reminded that when you save one life, you've saved the world. And so I look at my dogs and my cat, and I also am involved with horse rescue. We're going to be doing a live video on that soon. There's a horror going on with people taking Mustangs, the BLM, rounding up Mustangs and burros and selling them or letting them be adopted by people who are supposed to keep them. And those people turn around and sell them right away. And we try to buy as many as we can, but you can't buy them all. And it's disgusting. So there's so many places and so many instances where I feel disgusted. But I'll say this. With my horse rescue, because I thought, I really can't afford this. I'm getting into, no, I got to stop. But then I think Zoe Rosenberg is risking 5 years behind bars. I'm not risking that. So I always say give till it hurts, because the animals are hurting more. Paige, you wanted to say something?
I'm just shaking my head. I kind of speechless, Jane, for one of the first times on this 4.5 hours later. I am in touch with someone, Carla Cabral, and she says they should be done by now. I'm at the courthouse, but in my car. The prosecution went. There was a little break, I believe, then we went, and they should be done by now. But we're waiting on pins and needles. We're crossing our fingers, saying your prayers, lighting your candles, whatever it takes, put out the good energy for Zoe to be free, essentially. She wore a boot for all those last months of her college experience at Berkeley for rescuing animals who are innocent in this. I mean, they're the innocent ones in this system that we have in place that is unnecessary. As you said, Jane, it's unnecessary. Look at us. We're all thriving on a plant-based diet.
None of us eat animals. Okay. Are we dying? No. Are we fine? Yes.
And we're not going to the hospital for protein deficiency. No, sorry, protein deficient.
Oh my God.
We're getting plenty of delicious, yummy, scrumptious. Many of us are chefs here in the space, putting out as much information. And
I also don't know how much the jury was able to hear about Zoe's repeated attempts to report what she said was criminal animal cruelty, which the company disputes, and we invite them on anytime. But listen to her talking about trying to report this. And I think if the jury really knew about this, it would influence them. But I'm still not clear how much the jury heard about her attempts to report the cruelty that she says she saw.
Something has to be done. I'm going to try at least one more time. So I compiled all of my evidence of animal cruelty, all of my evidence of disease, and I reported it to several law enforcement agencies in Sonoma County and at the state level. All I received in response was a very dismissive email from the Sonoma County District Attorney's Office. And months later, a very bizarre email from the United States Department of Agriculture saying that animal cruelty and disease is apparently not their area of expertise. The animal services officers who were once my heroes did not even grace me with a response. I didn't know what else to do but to continue to rescue animals myself. And so on June 13th, 2023, I personally rescued 4 chickens. I entered the slaughterhouse partially disguised as a worker. I approached the back of a transport truck that had just parked behind the slaughterhouse gates. I opened up 2 of the crates. Chickens were packed together so tightly they couldn't even turn around. They couldn't even stand up. And I removed 4 chickens from those crates. They were covered in scratches, bruises, small wounds. They were infested with coccidia parasites. Poppy had an injured toe and a respiratory infection. Some of the other birds had infected feet. Their feet were filled with pus. I got them veterinary care and I shared their stories with the world, asking the public to join me in calling on the authorities to finally do something to address this horrific misconduct. And you might be surprised to learn that as far as that ever so consequential night goes, that's really pretty much it as far as my part in that night.
So there you go. That is Zoe's side of the story. Let's round robin it because her most serious charge is conspiracy. Okay. And we know that another member of Direct Action Everywhere said, no, I'm the one who did the investigation. I'm the one who placed the cameras. I'm the one who did XYZ. Zoe's saying basically she just went in there and rescued the chickens. We don't know what the jury's going to decide, but definitely conspiracy is the most serious charge. Here is a look at the actual conspiracy charge. You can see how complicated and long-winded it is. The other 3 charges, count 2, 3, and 4, are misdemeanors, trespass, and vehicle tampering. So yeah, let's round robin it as we wait. Any second now, it's 4:30. Any second now, our reporter is going to race out of that courthouse and tell us that the jury, presumably that the jury's got the case. But we'll start with Tiffany Brunelli. Unmute yourself.
Yes, I hope, Jane, that the jury can, read between the lines and figure out say, wait a second, we're not being given quite the whole story, and they can kind of put 2 and 2 together. And I just want to say, I know we're all so nervous. I can't even imagine how Zoe and her defense attorneys feel. I mean, they're not just a couple of attorneys that happen to take the case. They know that this is groundbreaking, that it's changing. It could change case law. So there's a lot on the line here for them also. So I'm just thinking about everyone in that courtroom and especially Zoe as we wait.
What happened?
I just saw something come up. Wait, what did Steve say?
Oh no, that's somebody saying that Zoe Rosenberg, he feels Zoe Rosenberg is innocent.
Okay. I will tell you though that apparently that one juror has come out. Apparently there has been a objection by us for a few things on the rebuttal. The prosecution is giving the rebuttal closing and they should be done soon. So I'm just saying that part. That's it.
Yeah, that rebuttal closing is usually like literally 5 minutes because you risk angering the jury, don't you, Michael Fujimori?
Yes, absolutely. Also, Jane, I wanted to say that regardless of the outcome of this jury trial, and I hope to God that Zoe's found innocent of all charges, not just the felony ones, but I think that my greatest hope is that somehow, because of the publicity involved in this case and the attention it's getting, I really feel that chickens need to be seen as more as individuals, not just food. I think you pointed out that they outnumber the other animals being killed by billions. So I would say that if anything comes out of this trial, I hope it's that people are become aware that chickens are not just food. They're like our dogs and cats. They just don't have fur. That's the big difference. So they're not thought of as companion animals.
Right. And here we have somebody, Danny Fletcher, love chicken dinner. Well, Danny, you know, first of all, we accept people wherever they are on the journey. A lot of times when people say things like that, you know, you're expressing your belief and you're entitled to your belief, but we're basically saying, you know, is that in your self-interest to regard chickens as just dinner? One of the things that Dr. Silas Rao, the climate scientist who's the head of Climate Healers, says is we're all being factory farmed. The animals are being factory farmed, but we humans are being factory farmed. We are certainly not healthier because of industrialized animal agriculture. Okay. We do not have good health records. As I've mentioned before, 2/3 of Americans are overweight or obese. Heart disease kills millions of people. Cancer kills millions of people. And a lot of it is diet related. Additionally, animal agriculture is a leading cause of climate change, the leading cause of habitat destruction, wildlife extinction, which is the deforestation that results in wildlife extinction, water pollution, ocean dead zones. I mean, the list goes on and on of all the negative, not to mention the psychological impact of having to kill for a living, people at the lowest rung of society who have to stand there and kill and see animals being killed day in and day out. There are studies that show that they suffer tremendously, have higher rates of all sorts of problems. So, I mean, the first step to realizing you might be brainwashed is to ask yourself, am I being brainwashed? Should I really look at this from another perspective? I say this as somebody who's sober for more than 30 years, God willing, knock on wood, by April, I'll be 31 years sober. And I used to think, well, you know, how could I live without alcohol? I wouldn't dance. I wouldn't go to parties. I wouldn't watch the sunset. I wouldn't go skiing. Well, I don't go skiing anymore, but I do all the other things and I have more fun and I remember it now. So I've been there where I thought I could never live without this XYZ. And I thought it was the solution when it was actually the problem. We think food, animal agriculture is the solution, but what if it were actually the problem? Let's round robin it as we wait for our reporter to come out. Let's start with Lindsay Baker.
I just want to say that I saw Danny has a child there. I assume it's his child, or at least a child he cares about. And I wanted to ask him, have you ever tried chicken, like any of the alternative chicken nuggets? They're amazing. There's all sorts of delicious chicken tasting foods that you can eat and build a better future for that child.
Yeah, I mean, look, they have demonized meat alternatives that are basically like peas pushed together, peas and beans pushed together and form a patty or form a nugget. And the truth is that by the time you put all the stuff on it, you can't really tell the difference. And it's zero cholesterol. All vegan products are 100% zero cholesterol. You can go up because animals produce cholesterol. Plants don't produce cholesterol. So there's so many reasons to rethink this. And, you know, it's a bipartisan problem. Both parties, and we don't get into politics, but the farm bill is what keeps meat prices, and that includes chickens, artificially low. Millions, billions of dollars over the years spent on reducing the price of, for example, a hamburger that would cost at least $30 if it wasn't subsidized by the US government. So you want to talk about waste of money? Here we are spending billions of dollars trying to fight climate change, or we were, when the government is actually financing one of the worst offenders of climate change, which is animal agriculture. We spend billions of dollars on healthcare, torturing animals to find out why everybody's so sick, when it's the US government subsidizing the food that's getting us sick. We could eliminate so much money and give that money back to citizens to buy healthy food. The government does not. The amount that they subsidize healthy food, fruits, vegetables, nuts, and grains that humans eat is minuscule. Most of their subsidies go to commodity crops that go into animals. So our society is creating this problem that creates all sorts of other problems, and we're all paying for it. Us taxpayers are paying for it. And that's why I get so frustrated when people say, oh my gosh, government waste. Yes, government waste. Subsidizing an industry that then you have to also pay billions of dollars to fix all the problems this industry creates. Even the horses that we rescue, they're being pushed off of public lands so that the cattle industry can have that land to graze their cattle. Everything comes down to this issue. Who wants to pick it up next? Paige?
Yeah. Before I was vegan, my daughter and I learned about Return to Freedom, which is a sanctuary for horses. And we got to be a part of a beautiful release of horses to a new land in San Luis Obispo. It was very, very moving. Actually, when that happened, we were vegan. And so I'm just moved, and I'm, just really prayerful. This is a big deal. I have a daughter. If my daughter stood up for justice and was getting arrested, potentially going to jail, this is really intense. So I'm feeling the vibes. Okay, so yeah, this is a big deal right here. And the story about the monkeys who were probably just trying to feel safe. My God, they've been locked up, snatched from their homes to be tested on. And then we talked about the beagles. I mean, this has been 4.5 hours of conversation about the right to rescue, the right to leave animals alone, to stand up for animals, other sentient beings like ourselves. And that's what I'm feeling right now. So this is live at the courthouse right now.
We are going to be live all day. We've been live.
Yes, we have.
Jury deliberations are likely to start any minute. Closing arguments are wrapping up. We expect any second we're going to have our reporter there, Madhu Anderson, come out and tell us what happened. And, I would have to guess that the jurors are, they've been through the ringer. I mean, this is a service that they're providing. And the idea that over 4 chickens, they have been subjected to weeks of testimony. This is week 7 of this trial, week 7. And it's just extraordinary. I mean, if you think about the money that's been spent, here she is getting arrested in November of 2023. It is now almost November of 2025. This saga has been going on for 2 years. She had to wear an ankle monitor for 2 years until the start of trial. And now we have a trial that has lasted for 7 weeks. I mean, it's just insane. And let's round robin it, because I think any second now we're going to break in and say breaking news. Annie Abram, your thoughts?
Yes. I mean, this is an industry that is causing far more than $250 billion of our subsidy money, bailout money every year that they are using against us, but they're also destroying our planet. Amazon rainforest is an example, the ocean, dead zone. We're destroying our health. We're destroying our planet by destroying animals that we forcefully populate, including the words that is used by the industry itself. Rape racks are used. This is a horrendous industry, worse than fossil fuel. No questions that flavor, it cannot be above anything else. I used to be the biggest yogurt eater. And as a vegetarian and animal saving person, I thought I was doing the right thing. Knowledge is power. As soon as I watched the reality,
We got to break in. We've got breaking news. All All right, what happened? What happened?
Can you see me?
Yes.
Jane? Yeah. Okay. I'm outside the courthouse. We just came outside, and I'm just waiting for Cassie to debrief. But what actually happened was Mr. Hobbs and the prosecution did speak up again. The defense attorney.
Okay, hold
was
on. I'm going to
very-
ask you to take a deep breath because we're just seeing your nose. So just pull back a little bit so we can just see your face a little bit. Stop moving because it makes it very shaky. So stop.
Yeah, because
Stop.
I'm holding the phone. Yeah, is it okay?
Yeah, just stop walking. Okay, thank you. Just tell us what, now we can understand. Go ahead. Tell us what happened.
So, defense attorney Mr. Caraway did speak and gave the closing statement, and he did mention that Zoe was Zoe is a very compassionate person, and she has been she has a very good experience with chickens half of her life. She has cared for the chickens, and she did it. The intent matters. That was the main thing. The intent matters why she entered the facility, and she took that action, what she did, rescuing those birds. And he did also talked about the documents which Zoe saw in the Petaluma Poultry office, where the birds were there was a tally of the birds boiled alive. So then Mr. Hobbs and the prosecution attorney got back up there, and he still again spoke to the jury, saying that that it was still a coordinated action. It was still people are cheering up. Those are the supporters.
Did the jury get the case? Did the jury get the case?
Okay, so the thing is, the jury is supposed to come back tomorrow at 10 o'clock. And that's when they're going to start deliberating. That's where they're going to start discussing the evidence and the whatever happened. The whole thing happened in the during the trial. So we are supposed to come back here tomorrow at 10 o'clock. So jury left for the day.
Okay, so we have jury deliberations starting tomorrow. Can you do me a favor? Can you just hop off and get somebody and set up your tripod so we can see you a little bit better? It's a little hard to take in what you're doing. Set up your selfie stick and come back in 2 minutes, maybe with Cassie or somebody else, and we'll talk to them as well. Great job.
Thanks, Jane. I'm gonna because they're debriefing right now. Let me see what they're saying, and then I'll get back to you. Okay?
Well, why don't you just go and do the debriefing live? Go get the debriefing live.
Okay, I have to give me 1 second. Then let me log back in. Okay.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so there you go. Okay, so the jury has the case. The jury has the case, but deliberations start tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Jury has the case. Jury has I'm not laughing. I'm just laughing that I can't even put a sentence together. And we'll start deliberating tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Okay, that's the breaking news. I'm so tired. I can't even speak. Deliberating. There we go. I don't think I got it yet. Here we go. Deliberating. There we go. There's the headline. There's the breaking news. Okay, here, hold on. Let's listen.
So hard, and now it's shutting down, and there's just one left. I'll just say it's in New York State. You can do with that information what you want. But yeah, so I don't know what's going to happen today. I'm sure there's a lot to debrief about closing arguments, but that is such a huge win for the animals. And I don't know if we're going to all need to make homes for beagles in our houses. I don't know if that's a situation that's going to happen, but yeah, so I think obviously there's people who played a huge role in this, but I think all of us played at least some part in that by showing up, and the public pressure on it was just like so much that they did the right thing, and they were like, nope, we're going to be done. So yeah, it's really exciting, and I'm sure we will hear a lot more. I have no answers to any questions. Well, I know that they have, at the time, they had 3,000 beagles on site. I don't know if they have 3,000 beagles on site right now. I don't know, but that is how many there were when they were operating at a normal capacity. If they've been winding down knowing this was going to happen, I'm not sure, but yeah, 3,000 dogs may need homes. Is Diana here? Diana already went home. Well, Diana has one of the puppies from the original rescue, Julie. Maybe Diana wants 3,000 more Julies. I don't know, but yeah, pretty freaking amazing. So yeah, I guess we could talk about this case too, but I don't know if there's anything else that you want to say. Yeah, I mean, people can project. I think they all left. Okay.
All right, we're looking at direct action everywhere, talking about the Beagle breeding facility in Wisconsin shutting down. Now, hey, Madhu, can you hear us?
Because we have the Animal Activist Legal Defense Project that's representing Zoe is also working on this in multiple ways.
Madhu, if you can hear us, you're going to have to, that was great, but we're going to have to get it nice and steady and get closer and get steady. All right, well, there we go. We're going to remove from the stage for a second. She's going to come back and join us. But there you see, this is news as it happens, is that you have this, we have this breaking news, and they're celebrating the closure of the Beagle breeding facility in Wisconsin. The announcement that it's going to close is amazing. Absolutely. Now,
Jane.
Yeah, I will add, Madhu, you have to stop moving. Stop moving and just be still. Be still.
You be still or me?
Me.
Okay.
Okay. Can somebody talk about what's happening? Great.
Yeah, well, we're just doing our debrief here as we do day to day, and today was pretty exciting because it was the final summary arguments from both sides handed to the jury, spoken to the jury right before they have now finally gone off to deliberate. But they're not deliberating now because it got closing arguments. Each side went over an hour. I'm sure the prosecution that was like an hour and 15 minutes. A lot of attacking every defense witness. Social media posts, going through a lot of stuff we already went through, just reminding people about all the strong beliefs, and then also saying this isn't about our beliefs, but you know that's why you should hate these people, basically. And then Chris was about an hour as well, I think, and then the prosecution got a chance to respond. They got to go both in the beginning and the end, sandwiching the defense closing argument. That's just the standard way it goes. So the jury only went to start delivering at like 4:30 or right after 4:30, and so instead of starting and getting all into everything for like 10 minutes, the judge just told them to set their schedule. And I don't know for sure if 10 a.m. is what they're going to do every day, but at least for tomorrow, they're coming at 10 a.m. tomorrow. And then I think they said they would have to stop by 3 p.m. tomorrow, but that was very clear. That was just because of someone's scheduling conflict tomorrow only. So yeah, we'll see. Hopefully they're taking this seriously. If that is the case, then they might not have a verdict tomorrow, and they might be coming back Thursday, and they could be coming back Friday. And a lot of us who are able to will be working outside the courthouse and just being close by, so that whenever we hear that they have a verdict, or if we just hear that they have a question, which is something that we heard in Wayne's case here in the same courthouse we're all at. They had questions about mistake of law and other similar things. Judge would let the attorney that they could come into the courtroom and have some kind of argument about how the judge was responding, or the judge just answers the question themselves. So that could happen in this case. It might not, but if it does, then we'll hear that. So if people are interested in being part of the verdict watch and hanging out outside the courthouse tomorrow, then show up at 10, even though we probably won't have an answer, a decision or a question that early. But I'll be here because I want to be ready for any of those things that happen. And, it's kind of the most stressful part now. I mean, it's stressful in the courtroom for sure. It gets feisty in there sometimes, but it's also very stressful when you're just waiting.
Sorry, what part wasn't stressful?
Yeah, it's all stressful. That's very true. But also very inspiring. And as much as they try to put us down and attack us for our beliefs, I still find it really inspiring, even when a hater, such as the prosecution, is stating that we want to ban slaughterhouses by 2040, and that Poppy, Ivy, Aster, and Azalea, you know, aren't really what this is about or whatever, but they're naming them and they're telling their stories and they're saying the things that we need to have people hear and we need to talk about. And I love it. I love hearing our words coming from their mouth and knowing that they're hearing it, the jury's hearing it, the media who is in the courtroom today is hearing it. I'll be interested to see how they cover it. And I'm sure we can share those things around in the alerts or the chatty chat when we see press, because we had Press Democrat, SF Chronicle, someone writing for Patch, and someone from the Associated Press here today. So,
can I just make a comment? I find it fascinating that the Press Democrat reporter is hanging out with the Purdue attorneys and their friends in town.
Yeah, I'm sure the Purdue. So the front row of the courtroom is only for attorneys or press. And so the court reporter for the Press Democrat has been sitting up there, and his benchmate sitting next to him every day has been the Purdue attorney. Well, one of them. They have had multiple attorneys in the courtroom quite frequently throughout the trial, which at least is costing Purdue a lot of money because they have expensive attorneys. And they're just sitting there. So, okay, spend all the money. That's fine. But yeah, they've been sitting next to each other. So just a comment about that relationship. Yeah, Corinne?
So the way the verdict works is if you're outside and you find out there is a verdict, it just happens right then. So if we're at home, we don't have time to be here, right? So
right.
We have to be here.
That's right. Unless you live within a 10-minute drive, I would say come here if you really want to be there for the verdict. Come and wait here. It wouldn't be happening during the lunch break because the court, even if they're usual and have a totally different lunch, they're not going to be able to bring us into Judge Ganas's courtroom and have the court reporter and the court clerk and everybody who needs to be there for the verdict in the courtroom between 12 and 1:30, or at least 12 and 1. So, you know, you could plan on doing other things at that time if you need to be home or eating lunch or whatever. But otherwise, we'll pretty much be here, hanging out, waiting, stressing out, feeling the feels. Any other questions about today, or just observations other people want to share?
Could you give us your summaries of the prosecution and the defense, how they did in their closing arguments?
Sure. It was a lot, so it's hard to summarize 3 hours of them talking today really briefly, but they both went through the 4 specific charges, the conspiracy and the 3 misdemeanors, and kind of the elements of those. And there was much more focus on the 2 of the 4 charges that are what's called specific intent charges, because they actually require a specific intent essentially to commit a crime. I'm not a lawyer and I am oversimplifying that for sure, but there's general intent and there's specific intent, and the specific intent ones, intent is a huge element. And so that was where most of the focus was, because Zoe has gotten on the stand and said her intent was to rescue animals, and the reason she went in was all of these things that she had seen herself, that she had seen in videos from the slaughterhouse that Raven reported, that she had, you know, read in the Press Democrat and in other newspaper articles, and just compounding beliefs about animal cruelty happening, reports being ignored or dismissed by the Sonoma County District Attorney's Office, and the legal opinion ultimately that she had specific to this incident that was applying the necessity defense to the criminal animal cruelty at Petaluma Poultry, to the law enforcement failure to act when it was reported, and to specifically rescuing ill or dying animals. So those things were kind of the focus, and despite all of that, the prosecution was insisting that Zoe's intent was actually publicity and not at all about helping these chickens, and that it was a publicity stunt. And they've cited things like her speaking tour about this case, and the fact that she's continuing to make videos on social media about this case as the trial is happening, as if that's some conclusive evidence that she didn't do this for Poppy, Ivy, Aster, and Azalea, or all the birds who are suffering. And I think it was really great that Chris Caraway with the Animal Activist Legal Defense Project, one of Zoe's attorneys, when he got up to do his closing argument, he responded to that in his slideshow, and he was able to say that of course she wants awareness, because we want awareness on the issue, because this is a bigger problem than Zoe Rosenberg alone can solve. And the prosecution is asking, on the one hand, why did you think it was legal to rescue birds and framing that as a crime. On the other hand, saying, why didn't you rescue more? As if rescuing more birds would have somehow made it legal, and acting like that's some gotcha, that she wasn't there to help birds, because if she was, she surely would have taken 8 or 12 or 100 birds and not just 4, even though she said that's what she has a capacity to care for. And that's what the whole issue is that she can't help all of the sick birds. There are far too many, and she can't help all of the birds facing criminal abuse. It's way too many, and that's why we need the attention. So I don't think the publicity stunt argument landed very well. I just don't think that's a strong argument at all. I do think they have a lot of arguments for the general intent charges, because Zoe herself got on the stand and said that she went in without permission and she took chickens out of a cage on a transport truck. So that's a harder ones to win. But as far as the specific intent charges, I think we had the upper hand with saying you don't know Zoe's intent better than she does, as she has testified to you based on all these credible things that concern her.
Wow. Well said. Thank you, Cassie. Wow. So there you go. Really amazing day, huh? And I want to thank Madhu for Madhu did a great job. I've got to thank her. Now, Wayne says that he might join. He's joining right now. Here we go. Perfect timing. Wayne Shung. Wow.
Hello, everybody.
Wow. Well, just as the jury got the case in the Zoe Rosenberg case, we've also been talking about the breaking news that you won on the Ridgeland dog case. First of all, congratulations, but what is your reaction? Tell us exactly what happened and how you feel.
Yeah, thanks, Jane. We actually knew this was the likely outcome for the last couple days, but we weren't sure. And the exact parameters are being worked out, and we just weren't entitled to share. First thing I want to say is just tremendous victory by all the activists. I don't mean just Simple Heart, Direct Action Everywhere, but Dane for Dogs, Marty Project, Rise for Animals, PETA, Animal Wellness Action. The entire movement really came together in a powerful way. And maybe most importantly, just people in the grassroots. There are so many people on Twitter, on Instagram, who said they reached out to Tim Grunke. This did not happen because of the goodness of Tim Grunke's heart. This happened because we pushed him. We made it clear that the public would not accept any other outcome. And we got to this result because of that collective effort by so many people.
And just
second thing I want to say, which is really important though, is the work's not done, because the current agreement will allow Ridgeland to continue to sell dogs through July 1st, rather than release them all now. And that's not okay. We got to push hard to get every single one of those dogs out.
If you could just give us the basics on what happened, because we got the memo from Dane for Dogs. Basically, we just have the headline. We'd love to hear exactly what happened. Yeah, so the special prosecutor has been investigating Ridgeland for a year and frankly doing an incompetent job, and has continued to do an incompetent job even with the final stages of the agreement. And I say this with all due respect to Mr. Grunke, but I mean, even the special report that he's issuing is filled with typos, gets a lot of the facts wrong. He's just not doing his job. And again, I think the only reason we're getting this outcome is because of the mass public pressure on Ridgeland and on the entire government of Wisconsin. But what happened today is Ridgeland agreed in exchange for not facing any formal charges, shutting down its breeding operation, which is the vast majority of its operation. So typical year, there'll be anywhere from 3,000, 6,000 dogs in its breeding operation that are sold to vivisection facilities. And then maybe a few dozen they use for research, sometimes even less than that. So this is the vast, vast majority of the dogs. And supposedly this shutdown will be a permanent shutdown. There'll be no more dogs raised and tortured at Ridgeland as a result of this deal. The terms of the deal, however, do give Ridgeland approximately 8 months, 7 months to wind down their operation. And during that time period, they are allowed to continue selling dogs. And to me, that's unconscionable. I mean, I think this place should have been shut down when we presented our evidence back in October. It certainly should have been shut down after the special prosecutor petition was granted, because the judge found more than probable cause for multiple felony charges. And the argument I made to the special prosecutor from the day he was appointed was that if this were an individual human being who had been charged with multiple felonies, the first thing you would do as a prosecutor is issue what's called a possession ban. You've been abusing animals, you can no longer be in possession of animals. And it took us a year to get closer to the outcome, but
It's been a year of extremely hard work, and I'm just grateful to everyone who worked so hard to make this happen.
Well, I want to say congratulations. We were so honored to be the pool camera during one of your very crucial hearings. And you took the stand, and then we heard from people who had worked there talking about how surgeries were performed on dogs by non-veterinarians without anesthesia. That is my main recollection from the entire thing. Is that really the thing that moved people, that not only moved Dane for Dogs, but also perhaps the judge, perhaps,
Yeah, I mean, I think my experience, it's the photos and video. So I think the testimony by Matt Reich and Scott Gilbertson, two former employees, was absolutely crucial. And they said not only were dogs having their vocal cords cut, not only were they having cherry eye surgeries done on these dogs without anesthesia by non-veterinarians, but there are other just incredibly disturbing details about the conditions of their work. So, for example, Matt Reich testified that on some occasions you just found live puppies in freezer bags with a bunch of dead dogs, that they were just being thrown away and they hadn't even been euthanized. They're just going to slowly suffocate to death in a freezer bag, or be frozen to death, or thrown in the garbage and crushed to death and starved to death. Scott Gilbertson testified that there were dogs fighting each other all the times, and they would basically make no efforts to protect vulnerable dogs from the dogs that were maybe more aggressive. And when you have tons of dogs, thousands of dogs in industrial sheds stuffed into tiny cages, things like that are going to happen. But certainly, I think the thing on social media that rallied the most people was the photos and videos. And so I just want to thank, I haven't even gotten a chance to message everyone on the original investigative and open rescue team. But, Paul Pickelsheimer, Kelsey Atkinson, John Boland, Eva Hamer, my co-defendants in this case, all did such a tremendous job risking their freedom to try and expose what was happening inside the secret dog experimentation and breeding lab. And partly, speaking of doggies, my dog is making some squeaky noises.
Yeah.
But partly because they took that risk, people saw for the first time what it looks like inside a facility like this, and they were horrified. I posted a couple of videos that have gotten hundreds of thousands of views just in the last couple of days, just short clips of things we saw, on the scale of hundreds of dogs at Ridgeland Farms, dogs spinning in cages, dogs with serious foot injuries, ventilation problems that were so bad that even state inspectors were saying they were developing nausea and suffering from throat and eye irritation hours after they left the facility. And when people see these images, when they realize these dogs are just like the dogs they have at home, they quickly realize they want this system to end. And it is ending, because this is not just about Ridgeland. This is about the entire infrastructure of abuse that we call animal experimentation.
Well, it's so amazing that this is happening on this day. And I know that, we talked about the connection between your case and the ongoing Zoe Rosenberg case, which just went to the jury like a half an hour ago. So we were just talking to folks outside court, and I was almost afraid to ask you about it, because I thought there's so many restrictions that were placed on you after you were convicted. But obviously, freedom of speech, you can talk about the case. What would you say? And for those who don't know, and correct me if I'm wrong, Wayne, as you were remanded to prison or to jail, Zoe was marching and was arrested
the same day
and prosecuted. So these cases are very connected. And what is your reaction to this case now going to the jury and what she's been through? I mean, nobody could know it better than you.
Yeah. I just issued a blog about this about 2 hours ago. But the key thing is, no matter what happens in this case, and frankly, no matter what happened, even in the Ridgeland case, we will still win in the long term. And Zoe's case is such an important case, not only because it is the first case since my conviction in Sonoma County that's going to test this theory that animals are not just things that corporations can abuse. They're living beings that we have not just a right, but a duty to protect. But because even the judge in our case has acknowledged there's some serious weaknesses in the legal theory of the prosecution. So I obviously haven't been in the courtroom because I have a no contact order of Zoe that actually is over in about 30 days. So, knock on wood, she's not convicted or incarcerated. I can give Zoe a big hug on November 30th. But the judge in the case, Judge Noss, has acknowledged that these are difficult legal issues, and I'm anticipating an appeal. And what you see in the legal system over the years is that, and a lot of you have probably heard this colloquially, arguments that initially are laughed at suddenly become taken seriously. Then they fight back really hard, and then you win. And we're now at the stage where initially, when we first raised these arguments 10 years ago, frankly, even the other animal lawyers I talked to said this is preposterous. This isn't going to happen. I mean, the idea they have a right to rescue animals from factory farms and slaughterhouses and labs. Well, in Ridgeland, we rescued a bunch of the animals, and not only were the charges dismissed, the company's now shutting down. In Sonoma County, we've now had multiple open rescue trials where initially the judge was mocking me and saying, what's next, cellular matter? In the most recent case, the judge is saying, actually, these are kind of difficult legal issues, and I'm anticipating an appeal. So we're seeing the progression of the law unfold case by case. And the reality is for the individuals involved, that can be quite a sacrifice because, God forbid, Zoe has to spend time in jail. I think probably you've been talking about her health issues too, and you realize just how devastating that could be for Zoe and her family. So it's a huge sacrifice for her. But I can tell you, having known Zoe for about 10 years now, I can't think of anybody who's more willing to sacrifice for the animals than her. So, I hope her health is protected. If she's incarcerated, I would expect that they do everything to keep her safe if she's incarcerated. But frankly, Zoe has always been a badass who's willing to take on that risk. And partly what she realizes is if there's no risk, there's no reward. We've got to take some risks.
And you obviously paid the ultimate price by going to jail for, what was it, 30 days? I don't know. But how did you stay strong, and how is it that Zoe is able to stay so apparently strong, especially because she has a health issue and she has said publicly that she's afraid that they may not have the equipment that she needs. So, I mean, this is really almost like a life and death situation for Zoe. I think everybody wants to know, how do you have such, courage?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll give you some real talk. I was probably in my weakest around the Sonoma County trial. But that's not because of the state or because the toils of the trial itself. I mean, that was fairly trivial. It's just because of infighting. There's enormous amount of infighting in the months before the trial. People were accusing me of all these things that were just preposterous and not true. And I spent so much of my time trying to fight these battles within the movement and had very little time to defend myself. And I think the thing that helped me most after going into jail and once we got into the thick of trial was, I guess, two things. One is just always remembering the animals who we saved, because that's such an important thing to center ourselves with when, we're going through all these travails, all the struggles, especially the struggles internally within movements or causes where people that we imagine are our friends are attacking one another. To maintain your focus is super important. And so I had on my laptop screen, the same laptop I'm looking at right now, a picture of Ching. And every morning when I woke up, I looked at her. Every night when I went to bed, I looked at her. Every day when I was in court, she was in my desktop background. And Ching was a little hen who was disabled and collapsed on the ground on the floor of a cage at Sunrise Farms. And I just always thought about her, and it helped me a lot. But the other thing is, I think one of the interesting things is in the months before trial, there was a lot of infighting. But once we got to the trial and people realized there's a lot at stake, because I was facing potentially years in prison, as is Zoe, the movement really did come together. And in jail, I mean, it was 37 days, part of a 90-day sentence. I'd served some time in jail prior to that, just from being arrested so many times in Sonoma County. And I got credit for those prior stays. And also California has pretty generous kind of reductions in incarceration time, as long as you are engaged in good behavior in jail. But even the relatively limited amount of time I had to serve, because the movement came together, and once we realized there are real stakes here. This is not some game. This is not just about social media and trolling each other. This is about people going through real suffering and losing real freedom because of what they believe in. And the movement really did come together. And I don't remember how many letters it was, but I think it was at least hundreds, maybe even thousands of letters. I was getting so much mail. There was like a pile on my jail cell, and all the other inmates were kind of looking at me kind of funny. At points, actually made some people a little jealous, and I felt bad because I was getting so much mail, and that really made a difference. So I encourage everyone, if Zoe's incarcerated, let's all get our pens and paper out and send her lots of letters and show her a lot of love.
Well, I have one more question. I know you've been very kind to join us on short notice. I was marveling that even with all your degrees, you were in class. So kudos for that. But where are we as a movement? Because here we were going live today, and we decided to stay on till the end of the day because we wanted to hear what the closing arguments were like and whether the case would go to the jury, which it's now at the jury. They're going to start deliberating tomorrow morning. Well, your story with the Ridgeland dogs, that farm or that facility being closed down broke. And then another story broke of approximately 40 monkeys that were being transported for laboratory experimentation were in a truck that overturned, and some of them escaped, and they either shot or captured them. And so it was like, as Charles Dickens would say, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. We were so happy about the Ridgeland dogs, and we were celebrating and crying. Tiffany was crying, and then all of a sudden we get this horror story about laboratory monkeys trying to escape. They were described as aggressive, which, you know, we saw a video of one just sitting there in the field, and it just seemed like two examples of where we are as a society. I know it always seems impossible until it's done, as Nelson Mandela but where are we? That would be my final question for the evening.
The movement has never been stronger than where it is today. And the reason I'm very confident this is because I take a long view. It's true that, you know, the last couple of years since COVID-19, there hasn't been as much grassroots activism that, you know, for example, the ultra processed attack has hurt the plant-based and cultivated meat sectors. It's true that per capita meat consumption is going up in the United States and in many countries in the West. Having said that, if you look over a span of, say, even 10 years, much less 20 or 30 years, I mean, 20 plus years ago, 25 years ago, when I started as an animal rights activist, there was no farm animal movement at all. I mean, much less open rescues and national media attention. There just wasn't a farm animal movement at all. 10 years ago, if you had told me before we walked on Ridgeland Farms in 2017 that we'd be shutting down the second largest beagle breeding and research facility in the nation, I probably would have laughed at you and said, I don't even know how to get into this place and take a photograph there. How are we going to shut this place down? And yet here we are on the brink of a historic victory, not just for the Ridgeland dogs, but potentially for all use of dogs in experiments. And from there, victories for the animal rights movement against vivisection as a whole. And I did a Twitter post about this recently, but if you look sector by sector, animals and entertainment, Lolita and Miami Seaquarium, that's over. We no longer have the use of aquatic animals, these majestic cetacean species for entertainment. You look at fur, you know, Vogue magazine, Condé Nast, the entire state of California have shut down fur. You look at animals used in experiments, Ridgeland Farms in Vigo a couple of years ago. Even the NIH saying earlier this year that we need to phase out animal testing, right? Across all these different domains, we're seeing monumental progress. And the thing about social movements that a lot of people don't understand is they're a lot like a moral escalator. Once you start going up, you cannot stop. Whether it's the gay rights movement, the civil rights movement, the women's suffrage movement, once you start making some political progress, that escalator takes you all the way to the top, whether you like it or not. And we're going there. So I've said on the record, and I'll say again, I would be shocked if within our generation, so in the next 40 years, we do not see an end to institutionalized animal exploitation. I think we're very well on that path.
Wow. Well, you have just made my day. I'm sure I speak for everybody here, looking at the big picture and seeing that, yes, it's very hard to judge progress in real time. And I just have to say, for me personally, and I know I speak for everybody, you are our hero, Wayne Shung, and we love you so much. Amazing.
I love you too, Jane. But I have to say, this is a huge collective effort of so many people who care about animals, including the entire Unchained team, because you were there kind of making sure the world heard these stories before they blew up. Now they're huge stories, and the media is going to make this an even bigger story, I think, once it starts getting out that this facility will be gone. And, you know, the only way this story is able to get out was because, I mean, frankly, even some of the footage we use for legal review, it comes from Jane and Shane. We're looking at kind of your coverage to help us design narrative strategies and legal strategies and political strategies for the future. So it was a team effort, and I'm very glad you're a part of it.
Well, thank you so much. Unchained TV is just honored to be part of it. And we want to say thank you for joining us. Wayne, anytime, come back anytime. We would love to have you.
Yeah, it's an honor.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody.
Talk to you
Bye-bye.
soon. Bye. Wow. Amazing day, huh? What an amazing day. I just am blown away. I'm going to give everybody 30 seconds to wrap up. We've been on longer than we have ever been on before, except for when Wayne's verdict watch on Wayne's trial. That's the last time we were on. We were on for about 8 hours. So let's start with Lindsay Baker.
Hey. I am so uplifted by what Wayne said. He always uplifts me when he speaks. I think he's one of the first animal rights leaders that I ever saw and watched and was really inspired by when I first became vegan. I just want to say that I've learned so much. I'm so grateful to have had this opportunity. I have to thank you, Jane, for all the opportunities you've given me, but I'm so grateful to be here and learn. I don't know what that clicking is. I don't know if it's me, but to learn all the things I've learned just in this trial, I'm learning so much. So again, I'm so moved and hopeful for the future of the movement. And I'm here tomorrow, 10 o'clock, and the rest of the week, if that's what we have to do.
Woo, wow. Okay. Thank you. Right back at you, board member Lindsay Baker. Let's hit a quick one with Annie Abram.
Yes, I second what Lindsay said. It's we've had ups and downs throughout this trial watch today, and ending it with Dwayne had been such a spiritual uplift. Anytime he comes on, he somehow puts positive connotation on negative, regardless of what the challenges are. And I love hearing him. And thank you, Jane and Lindsay, for covering up, for doing this. This is incredible.
All right.
Everybody share, please share Unchained. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
tune
Thank
in.
you. Michael Fujimori.
Yeah, it's been a very long day, but you know what? The reason why we're here we're here and we don't mind any minor sacrifice is because we know the animals go through way worse. So in closing, I just want to say that everything we do, I know everybody, I'm talking, preaching to the choir here. We do it for the animals, and that it's all worthwhile for that reason.
Excellent. And hopefully we're not just preaching to the choir. Hopefully there's others listening.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for all your service. Tiffany.
Thank you, Jane. And I heard Carla Cabral say this once. No one says it like Wayne. When he talks, it hits the heart. It feels like a religious experience. And thank you for covering the trial every day. We really appreciate you.
I want to say I am so grateful for being here today. We had a roller coaster, very great highs and lows, but you're right. Wayne Shung, the co-founder of Direct Action Everywhere and the founder of the Open Rescue Movement, for which Zoe has tried, put it all in perspective. We are strong. We are growing. And I forget who said this, but there's no stopping an idea whose time has come. Jury deliberations start tomorrow at 10 a.m. I'm going to tell you that we are going to be on standby because these can go out. They could deliberate for 3 weeks. We have no idea. But I will be here sitting at Unchained TV Global Headquarters, also known as my living room couch, working like crazy, putting up other videos. There's an exciting new video I'm going to put up on Unchained TV tomorrow about puppies called The Real Puppy Game. I'm very excited to launch that. And it talks about, the breeding of animals to sell to people, which is so terrible when there's animals being killed left and right. And we've got, of course, the vegan zombie movie that's on Unchained TV. We've got a lot of things happening. So we've got tons of work to do. But the second our court reporter says that there's a verdict, we're going to go on. Takes about 5-10 minutes to make it all happen. And we've got our team on standby that's going to bring us the outcome. So it will go on tomorrow, and we will be ready to go live the second we hear there's a verdict. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Together, we can speak for voiceless animals and make a kinder world.